Robi ngomong apa aja? Translator. Coba yang lain di bahasa Inggris. Ganti Pak jadi Inggris. Dulu baik, kita akan memulai kegiatan webinar hari ini. Oke, pada hari ini kita webinar di laptopnya mungkin di teleponnya nggak stabil dari situ. Kalau internet aku tidak bisa bertanya lagi, putus-putus benar. Nah, coba ditranslatekan ke bahasa Inggris dulu untuk materi Pak. Karena di ngomong, karena ngomong. Oke, kita akan mulai webinar hari ini jam 8.30. Jelas. Internet aja, kalau internetnya jelek ya kita turun semua. Kalau internetnya turun, semuanya putus-putus. Cuma dari sini yang ini. Sudah aman ya? Mahoni 2021 enggak kecil, ada yang 2021 kan? Oh banyak. Ballroom ke ballroom meeting group udah di admin aja ya? Oh sini. Oh iya, kalau harus pakai lens. Berarti flash disknya simpen di sini dulu aja ya Pak. Materinya yang mana Pak? Cek dulu Pak. Videonya mau dicoba dulu Pak. Kita jalan. Di save masih. Sama materi dulu Pak. Iya Pak, materinya Pak Bambang dulu. Dah. Sip. Dah ya Pak. Aku semuanya di admin dulu. Suara siapa yang buat?
Saya tidak bisa mendengar suara. Belum kedengaran.
Recording in progress.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Can you hear my voice? We are
Yes,
very
we hear
sorry
you.
for the little inconvenience. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Warm greetings and welcome to webinar on fire prevention for sustainable peatland management, policy and practices. This webinar is a part
Recording
of the
stopped.
NetPeat Network ASEAN Peat Swamp Forest Communities
Recording in progress.
Transboundary Haze Alert Social Innovation Workshop 2022. I am Ferda Belinda Satyawan, postgraduate student of IPB University, will be your master of ceremony for today. Without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Lailan Syaufina, Indonesia's lead for NetPeat, for her opening remarks. Professor Lailan, the time is yours.
Thank you, Ferda. Honorable Dean of Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University, Dr. Naresworo Nugroho, Honorable Director of NICT, the National Institute of Information and Communication Technology, Asia Center, Japan, Mr. Nishino Hisanori, Honorable Director of Peat Degradation Control, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Ibu Sri Parwati Murwani Budisusanti, Honorable Director of Forest and Land Fire Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Bapak Basar Manulang, Honorable Speakers, delegation from FPT NetPeat from UPM and UTB, and MAPSA project from ASEAN countries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. Let's praise the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the blessing that enables us to meet online and join in the webinar on fire prevention for sustainable peatland management, policy and practices. My warmest welcome to all of you. Please allow me to report our program today. This webinar is one of the activities of the NetPeat Workshop 3, the series of workshops under the NetPeat Network ASEAN Peatland Communities for Transboundary Haze Alert Project. This first and second workshop have been consecutively conducted in Malaysia and Brunei Darussalam. The NetPeat project is collaborative research on the IoT-based peatland forest management and monitoring system, focusing on peatland fire prevention among IPB University, University Putra Malaysia, and University Technology Brunei, chaired by Professor Adwati Salih from UPM, and funded by NICT Japan. The NetPeat Workshop 3 consists of two parts, namely the webinar on fire prevention for sustainable peatland management, which is conducted today, 19 July 2022, and the peer learning on fire prevention for sustainable peatland management, which will be conducted in Jambi on 25th to 27th July 2022. This workshop is also supported by M.Si, the Measurable Action for Haze-Free Southeast Asia project. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the webinar on fire prevention for sustainable peatland management, policy and practices aims to exchange knowledge and experience on sustainable peatland management in Indonesia and ASEAN countries from policy level to implementation level. To exchange knowledge and experience on fire management, including fire prevention and laws enforcement, and to exchange lessons learned on the use of technologies, including IoT in fire prevention and peatland management in Indonesia and ASEAN. Therefore, the webinar will consist of three main parts, namely lesson learned on sustainable peatland management in Indonesia and ASEAN, the lesson learned on fire management, the use of technology, including IoT in environmental management related to peatland and fire. We have 14 speakers from various institutions, from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, from the Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency, Global Environment Center, Regional Fire Monitoring Resource Center for Southeast Asia, IPB University, Jambi University, the National Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, Telkom Technology Institute Purwokerto, and National Agency for Research and Innovation. Until today, we have 196 participants registered from 15 countries, from Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, Japan, Myanmar, Singapore, Laos PDR, Cambodia, Timor Leste, China, Pakistan, Australia, Italy, Kenya, and Ghana. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this opportunity, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Dean of Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, NICT Japan, FPT NICT Project, M.Si Project, to all the speakers and the Indonesian team, Prof. Bambang, Prof. Imas, Dr. Hari, Dr. Erianto, Dr. Ati from IPB, Dr. Sulaiman from BRIN, Dr. Asmadi from Jambi University, Korwil Manggala Agni Jambi, and to the technical teams, and of course to all participants for the thriving webinar support. I hope you enjoy the webinar today and learn the new and exciting materials from our excellent speakers. I wish you a fruitful webinar. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening.
Thank you, Professor Lailan. Further, I would like to invite Mr. Nishino Hisanori from Japan, Director of NICT Asia Center, for his welcoming remarks. Mr. Nishino, the time is yours.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Could you hear me? Okay. So, Dr. Naresworo Nugroho, Dean of Forestry and Environment Faculty, IPB University. Dr. Lailan Syaufina, Professor, IPB University, and the country lead for NICT. Respected speakers and researchers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to IPB University, the host of this nice webinar, namely the webinar on fire prevention for sustainable peatland management policy and practice. As you may know, NICT is the public research institute on ICT under Japanese government. As the ICT-related public research institution, NICT proceed various ICT-related research activities, as well as utilizing our research result to solve various social problems, including fire prevention for sustainable peatland management. As one of NICT activities, we are operating research support scheme together with Southeast Asian research institutions and universities, namely ASEAN IVO. ASEAN IVO had supported research activities on NetPeat since 2018 until 2021. Actually, ASEAN IVO is a scheme to support ICT-related projects, mainly focused on research perspective. Now, this nice project is supported by APT, Asia Pacific Telecommunity, with Japanese government fund. APT is an international organization consisting of ICT and telecommunication related governmental ministries in ASEAN in Asia Pacific area. It means purpose of our project is expanding to utilization and deployment of our research result to cope with social problems. In today's webinar program, I see a lot of nice presenters, including researchers from academia, telecom sector, and public sector, as well as government officials in charge of forestry and fire management. I hope today's webinar will accelerate to deploy our research result to forest in Southeast Asia. I'm very looking forward to fruitful discussion in today's webinar. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nishino. Last but not least, I would like to invite Dr. Insinyur Naresworo Nugroho, Dean of Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University, for his welcoming remarks. Dr. Naresworo, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Verda. My voice is clear? Can you hear me, Verda? Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, I'm still in Adi Sumarno Airport in Solo. Maybe the noise is a problem, little bit problem. Okay, thank you. Honorable Director of NICT, the National Institute of Information and Communication Technology, Asia Center, Japan. Honorable Director of Peat Degradation Control, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Honorable Director of Forest and Land Fire Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Honorable speakers, delegation from IPT NetPeat, from UPM, from UTB, and a MAFSA project from ASEAN countries, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from all of you. First, let us praise the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the blessing that enable us to join and participate in the webinar on fire prevention for sustainable peatland management policy and practices. It is a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you to the webinar hosted by the Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our faculty at a glance. Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University was established in 1963 as the first faculty of forestry in Indonesia and as one of the faculty among the 8 faculty and 3 schools at IPB. Faculty of Forestry and Environment has 4 departments. They are Department of Forest Management, Department of Forest Products, Department of Forest Resource Conservation and Ecotourism, and the last is Department of Forest, Department of Silviculture. All departments have been nationally and internationally accredited. And currently, our faculty has 114 academic staff, and among them, almost 32 are professor and 80% are PhD holders from various excellent universities worldwide. We have around 1,700 students in total. The faculty has several national as well as the international research collaborations. We always welcome and encourage all of you to collaborate in research, education, and public services. This webinar is part of research collaboration among IPB, UPM, and UTB funded by NICT. And is an excellent example of such cooperations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we know that peatland plays a significant role in balancing the environment, biodiversity conservation, and community livelihood. Indonesia has the most extensive tropical peatland in the world, covering almost 15 million hectares, mainly in the 3 big islands, Sumatra, Kalimantan, and Papua. One of the critical threats to peatland sustainability is forest and land fires, a common phenomenon that occurs in the peatland area every year. The fire has caused significant impact on the peatland ecosystem and its functions, which lead to peatland degradations and carbon emissions, including transboundary haze pollution in Asia regions. This theme of the webinar is very much in line with the current issues in Indonesia forestry and environment sector, namely a policy related to volume matching, forestry and other land use, where they are is expected to achieve net sink in 2030. In this regard, the Faculty of Forestry and Environment IPB has been actively contributing to providing input based on expertise on strategy in volume net sink target achievement. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's hoped that the webinar will enlighten for all of us on sustainable peatland management in Indonesia and Southeast Asia, the forest and the land fire prevention policy and practices, and the technology approach. We recognize the presence of policymakers, experts, individuals from government institutions, academicians, and donors who contribute to this webinar by sharing their knowledge and experiences. Strong cooperation among various backgrounds may play a significant role in the fire prevention for sustainable peatland management. Finally, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, NICT Japan, APT-NET, Peat Project, MAFSA Project, all of the speakers, the organizing, the chair by Professor Lailan Syaufina, and of course to all participants for all the contributions that enable this webinar successfully implemented. Ladies and gentlemen, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, the webinar on fire prevention for sustainable peatland management, policy, and practices is formally open. May you have fruitful webinar. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Naresworo, for opening this webinar. Further, we will present a video by Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry on forest and land fire management in Indonesia.
Forests plays role in maintaining the global climate and maintaining environmental stability against disaster. Forests also the most diverse biodiversity on Earth and home to millions of flora and fauna. In Indonesia's forests cover an area of 94.1 million hectares, or 50% of the total land area of Indonesia, and are the third largest in the world, and play an important role as the lung of the world that produce oxygen for life on Earth. Forest and land fires that occur in Indonesia also cause environmental damage, economic losses, pose health problems, disrupting transportation, and also other socio-cultural activities. One of the efforts to prevent forest and land fire is to conduct early warning and early detection of forest and land fires. The Ministry of Environment and Forestry, as the data custodian of forest and land fires, develops an information system and an early detection of forest and land fire monitoring called SIPONGI. SIPONGI synergizes data and information from the National Aeronautics and Space Agency, or LAPAN, Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics Agency, or BMKG, Peatland Restoration Agency and Mangroves, or BRGM, Ministry of Communication and Information, Provincial Task Force on Forest and Land Fire, and many more. The SIPONGI system can be widely accessed by the public, which provides data and information on the distribution of hotspots, information on areas prone to forest and land fires, burnt area information, reporting on forest and land fires, and many more. Data and information are synchronized every 30 minutes and near real time. This system is also equipped with CCTV thermal monitoring in 15 vulnerable areas since 2019, emissions due to forest and land fires, paid water levels monitoring, and also able to estimate forest fire occurrence patterns based on data source analysis and weather forecasting. SIPONGI is equipped with mobile applications based on Android and iOS. SIPONGI is also supported by social media to make it more accessible, keep up with the growing trend in technology and society. In order to expand its reach to areas with minimal internet network, SMS blast services are provided for early warning of forest and land fires disaster. SIPONGI innovation also designed, developed, and accessible with the principles of gender equality. All gender are given equal opportunities in every process of development, manage the system, and public to access the system. SIPONGI become a model of the implementation of the One Data, One Map policy that has increased the effectiveness of resources due to the division of roles and obligations to provide different data. This effort is proven to be able to increase efforts to prevent and control forest and land fires in Indonesia to be more effective and efficient. SIPONGI increased the response time for forest and land fire control from 3 days to 1 day, as well as increased coordination of field personnel, which contributed to the reduction of forest and land fires by 88.59% as of November 2021, by 297,882 hectares compared to 2015 of 2.6 million hectares.
SIPONGI is a web-based tool that helps us monitor hotspots across the Indonesia. For the past 3 years, the Office of the President has been using SIPONGI to monitor and analyze forest fires.
Kepada Kementerian Kehutanan yang mana telah mendorong program SIPONGI dalam rangka keberjalanan alhamdulillah Bapak. Terima kasih sebesar-besarnya pada Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan yang telah mengeluarkan aplikasi SIPONGI, yaitu sangat bagus sekali dalam mengatasi kejadian-kejadian khususnya kebakaran hutan.
Dengan adanya SIPONGI, kami semakin efektif dan efisien untuk menghentikan terjadinya kebakaran hutan dan lahan.
Udara nyaman, tenang, kemudian bekerja berat, tidak berlaku kebakaran hutan,
kami itu menjadi
langkah-langkah yang diambil oleh pihak kerajaan kita dalam menangani jerum ini akhirnya dapat memberi satu perumahan yang agak ketara.
There were 4 fires in Indonesia at the base of very stable in Singapore. And now the air is all better and the water is better thanks to the Indonesian government for all this.
Sipong is here to save Indonesia's forests, the lungs of the earth and the future of the world.
That was an inspiring video. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now, for our documentation, we will have a photo session. Before we start sharing session 1, we will have a photo session in 1, 2, 3, say cheese. And for the other slide, 1, 2, 3, and the other slide. 1, 2, 3. Thank you for opening your cameras and having us documenting our session today. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now enter sharing session 1, titled Sustainable Peatland Management in Indonesia and ASEAN. Moderator of this session will be Professor Dr. Lailan Syaufina. Before we start, I would like to read Dr. Lailan's CV. Professor Lailan graduated from the Faculty of Forestry, Bogor Agricultural University. She completed her master's degree program from the Faculty of Forestry, Georg August Universität Göttingen, Germany, and her PhD from Faculty of Forestry, University Putra Malaysia. She has been involved with forest fire research since 1987 and with peatland fires since 1997. Professor Lailan has been the Vice Dean for Academic and Student Affairs, Faculty of Forestry and Environment from 2015 to 2022. She has involved with several international collaboration and research projects. She became a professor in Forest Protection of Department of Silviculture, Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB. Her specialization are on forest fire management, peatland carbon assessment, climate change and adaptation, and disaster management. Professor Lailan, the time is yours.
Thank you, Perda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first session of the webinar on fire prevention for sustainable peatland management. This session will discuss tropical peatlands in Indonesia and Southeast Asia, policy aspects and good practices. Our speakers for this session are Ibu Insinyur Sri Parwati Murwani Budisusanti, M.Sc, the Director of Peat Degradation Control, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Ibu Dian Nur Amalia, S.Sud, M.Sc, the Head of Working Group on Monitoring, Evaluation and Data Development, BRGM, and Mr. Faizal Parish, the Director of Global Environment Center. Please accept our warmest welcome to our speakers. It is a great pleasure to have you as speakers in this session. You will have 15 minutes presentation each, and the Q&A will be followed after all the presentation. For all the participants, please use the chat room if you have any questions or comments. Thank you. Let's start with our first speaker, the Director of Peatland Degradation Control, Ministry of Environment, Her talk will be on sustainable peatland management in Indonesia. Let me introduce her a bit. Her complete name is Insinyur Sri Parwati Murwani Budisusanti M.Sc, known as Ibu Ati. She is currently the Director of Peatland Degradation Control, Director General for Environmental Pollution, Ministry of Environment and Forestry since 2018. She graduated from the Faculty of Agriculture, Universitas Pembangunan Nasional, Veteran Yogyakarta, and a master's degree from Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, Troy, New York State, USA. She has been in several important positions in the ministry, including the Director for Water Pollution Control from 2015 to 2018. Without further delay, I'm pleased to welcome Ibu Direktur to share her talk. You have 15 minutes, please.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Lailan Syaufina. First of all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are right now. This is my pleasure also to be here to share the sustainable peatland management in Indonesia, joining by 136 participants in this valuable webinar. Let me share the screen, and I would like to have your permission to speak in a quick, because the time is limited, 15 minutes, but a lot of information that I would like to share also. How can we share? Is it possible for me to share? Okay. Share screen. Would you please allow me to share screen with different account? First of all, while waiting for the organizer to allow me to send to share the screen, we would like to give more detailed information regarding on what Bapak Dekan, the Dean of the Faculty of Forestry in IPB, already mentioned in the keynote speech that first, Indonesia is the biggest, or the largest tropical peatland in the world, and then the fourth biggest peatland in the world after Canada, Russia, and US, and we have about 24.667 billion hectares, and separated from Sumatra and Kalimantan. So I cannot look.
Yes.
How to share the presentation? Sorry.
Yes, you could share your screen, Ibu.
Wait. I cannot share it now. I don't know what happened. With my other account.
Robbie, maybe we can share your presentation from here.
Yes. Okay. You already received that?
Yes. Already.
Thank you, Ibu Dr. Laila. Yes, the peatland is having very important role, not only in terms of biodiversity, but of course in terms of climate change and community livelihood. Indonesia, as I already mentioned, that we have 24.667 billion hectares. Next screen, maybe in the third screen, please. And we have about 865 PHU, peat hydrological unit. If we would like to discuss peatland sustainable management, we will base on the landscape basis and also what we call in the peat hydrological unit, because of 90% of peatland is water. So the real problem, next please, in this 5 slide, I will be speak in quick. Sorry. Oh yes. Next. The main problem in the Peatland Indonesia, yes, this is the main problem is the poor drainage or poor water management. They will cause 2 problems. The first one is dry peat, and then second one is the land subsidence. The dry peat cause the forest fire, peatland fire, and also greenhouse gas emission reduction, and other conventional pollution, of course. And then the subsidence cause land depression and flooding. Next, please. And we already have a milestone for the regulation and policy under the government regulation number 71 2014 and government regulation number 57 2016. Next, please. This is the base of the government regulation that give us more authority in terms of peatland protection and management. We also provided, provided with the technical guidelines under the ministerial decree or ministerial regulation. For example, the first one is on the ministerial regulation number 14, 16, 15 regarding on the inventory and also peatland restoration. And we also currently the newest fresh from the oven, what we call SK 246 2020. This is regarding on the National Peatland Protection and Management Plan 2019 and 2059. This is as a basis of the volunteering contribution from the peatland protection and management. Next, please. And this is the detail mandate of the government regulation from the planning, utilization, controlling, maintenance, supervision, administration, sanction, and also the detailed mandate for the inventory in the art of 5 to 8, and also the determination of peatland ecosystem, peat ecosystem protection and management plan, not only in national but also provincial and district level, and peatland ecosystem standard criteria for the graded peatland ecosystem, and also restriction of the utilization of peatland ecosystem. From the slide, we can see that the inventory, the mapping of the peatland characteristic is a basis of the development of the policy, not only for protection, but also for restoration and sustainable management, including development of the peatland protection and management plan, water table measures, and also restoration and water table monitoring, revegetation, rehabilitation, and so forth, with the base of peat hydrological unit. Next, please. And this is the principle of the peatland sustainable management, peatland restoration. The first one, we have to bring back the water because 90% of peatland ecosystem is water. And then rehabilitation of vegetation and improve community livelihood. Maintaining sustainable management peatland ecosystem in Indonesia, it doesn't mean that living community livelihood in vulnerable, but we have to maintain their community livelihood, improve, enhance, so the community able to participate directly on the protection and management of peatland ecosystem in Indonesia. Next, please. And this is the next, sorry. This is the achievement that we already have until 2022. This is the amount, the number of the concession holders that already conducting the peatland restoration, 320 concession holders divided into 72 of the forest plantation and then 248 of the palm oil. Where the total area is 3.666 billion hectares, and with this we have monitoring for water level more than 10,000 spread from Sumatra to Papua, depend on the concession holders location. And there are also several areas for rehabilitation and revegetation, about 31,000 hectares. Next, please. And we also conduct the restoration together with BRG, of course, in non-concession holders in the community. We already achieved in the Ministry of Environment and Forestry itself, and then later on, Dian will sharing regarding on what BRGM have already done in terms of non-concession holders restoration. We already achieved about 49,874 hectares in Aceh, North Sumatra, West Sumatra, Jambi, Riau, and also in Kalimantan. Next, please. So this is the monitoring system. This is the comment center, media center that we developed to have platform or media to communicate on the peatland protection management, not only in national level, regional, but also in international level. In this room, we can discuss, and we also can get a sharing to others. Thanks. Next, please. And this is the system that we already developed, what we call a CPEC, information system on the peatland protection and management, currently on the process of finalization. So we will able to share several information regarding hotspot that we get from the Sipongni, and then Simatak. Simatak is the water level and the concession holders that resulting from more than 10,000 station, monitoring station, and also water balance. And later on, we will also able to share the greenhouse gas emission reduction from that system. Next, please. Maybe be quick. This is the Simatak, the water level monitoring system that we already mentioned in very detail. This is an example in one of the concession holders. We can get the information regarding on the position of water level monitoring, data logger, and also the development of water management infrastructure. Next, please. And this is the result of the monitoring from that system from 1st and 15 July. So we can see in Province Riau, there is no detected hotspot from the Sipongi system, and we can see the water level in green and also yellow. Green means from 0 to 40 centimeter below the surface peatland. Next, please. And the second one, the next is the South Sumatra. We can see hotspot, detected hotspot, but it is in the outside intervention area, and the water level mostly in the green and also yellow colors. Next, please. Next, please. And this is in Kalimantan. We can see in West, Central, Southeast, and North Kalimantan, there's no hotspot within the last 2 weeks, and the water level in green and yellow area. Sorry for the square in the different green. It's because of the satellite imagery. Next, please. Maybe quick. And this is this is the system that we also able to show the kind of blocking the infrastructure that we already developed. Maybe would you please help me to click in the map, the pink color? We can see there is a picture. There is the video that we can see from the satellite, the canal, the canal blocking. Oh, so sorry, you can see that. The canal blocking that we already developed. Almost all canal blocking that we developed, we can see from the satellite imagery. The canal blocking is developed to improve water level in the and to maintain the water level in the intervention area, and also of course to eliminate the forest fire. Next, please. This canal blocking developed not only by the concession holders but also in the non-concession holders. Next, please. And this is the water level monitoring combined from the BRGM data, and also this is the water level monitoring in the community area in more simple and easily to understand by the community, because we have to kind of translate the very scientific terminology into the easier understand by the community in terms of peatland protection and management. Next, please. And this is the water level monitoring that conducted by the community. We can see before and after canal blocking or the development of water level infrastructure. Next, please. And this is the peatland protection and management contribution for the greenhouse gas emission reduction. We have 3 components that we can count from the peatland protection and management. The first one is the vegetation change and fire, and land subsidence and water governance. In terms of vegetation change and fire, we already monitor by from the different directorate and already put it in the REDD. And then land subsidence currently still on process because there is no guidance from the IPCC yet for the methodology to calculate the land subsidence, and there is no proper data yet from the field in terms of land subsidence. What we have now, we currently still focused on the water governance that may contribute to the NDC, Indonesia NDC, and also follow net sing 2030. Next, please. And this is the position of the peatland in terms of water level in the contribution of the NDC, already put it in the updated national determination contribution to 2021. Next, please. And this is the position of the peatland in the follow net sing. We put it, we are in the forest, but in the forest there are several items: reduced deforestation, forest degradation, so forth, and then sustainable management of peatland. Next, please. And what we got right now, we still develop under progress in developing and approving of the methodology that will focus on the raising of peat groundwater level, and then still on progress to be to be accepted to claim that what peatland groundwater level monitor management will contribute to the greenhouse gas emission reduction. Next, please. Tomorrow, maybe. Okay, and quick. This is the calculation. Next, please. And the result, what we have from the previous data, from baseline data that we get from the inventory, and then from the monitoring, we can see the very differences in the several location from the monitoring that already conducted after intervention of water level management improved by developing the canal blocking and other water infrastructure in the peatland area. Next, please, in quick. So two more slide, and this is the result from the methodology that we propose. From the peatland restoration, we divided for the industrial forest plantation and also palm oil plantation and in community area. This data based from the monitoring in the field. And we propose the methodology that we use using the higher methodology, and will propose for the approval of this methodology to be used in the estimating the greenhouse gas emission reduction from the water level management. So next, thank you very much this is the conclusion, and last slide, please. And yeah, this is the conclusion I already mentioned. So next slide, the last slide. This is the planning until 2030 to support the volumetric in terms of inventory, determination of peatland plan, peatland map, sorry, and peatland ecosystem quality index, and also restoration community to the Desa Mandiri Peduli Gambut, and also restoration and the concession holders. I think that's all. Thank you very much. And we are very welcome for the question or clarification from the participants. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ibu Lailan.
Thank you very much, Ibu Director, for your impressive presentation. I hope Ibu will stay with us and be willing to answer the participants' question.
Yes, thank you.
So we move now to our next speaker, Ibu Dian Nur Amalia, the head of Working Group Monitoring, Evaluation and Data Development, Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency. Her talk would be on challenges in peatland restoration in Indonesia. A short introduction of her. Ibu Dian graduated from Gajah Mada University, Fakultas of Forestry, for her Bachelor in Forestry, and Master of Environmental Sciences from Diponegoro University. She's done various research and community development activities, and currently she's involved with Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency. I'm pleased to welcome Ibu Dian to share her talk. You have 15 minutes, Ibu Dian, please.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Lailan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the occasion. I'm glad to be here with you today. This webinar topic is important for you, for me, and for us, because as we know, we have a commitment with reduction of greenhouse gas emission through peatland management. So at the end, we have to collaborate with all of parties. Okay, related to that, I'd like to share about the topic Sustainable Peatland Management in Indonesia, Challenges in Peatland Restoration. Okay, I have 3 outlines. At first one about task and function, the second one about lesson learned, and the third one about policy of permanent solution. Let's start the first one about task and function. The background from BRG based on Presidential Decree number 1 at 2016, BRG formed in order to accelerate regional recovery and return of hydrological function peat. So, BRG have a task to coordinate and facilitate peat restoration in 7 provinces with a target of 2 million hectares. This is the function of BRG. There are 9 functions. I will give you 5 seconds to read it. Okay, and then at the end of the year at 2020, based on Presidential Decree number 120 at 2020, BRG continues to be BRGM. So BRGM have a task to continuing facilitate the acceleration of peat restoration with the additional task to accelerate mangrove rehabilitation. Besides of the task about biophysically target, BRGM have a task to effort to improve community welfare. So this is the function of BRGM. There are 9 functions too. I will give you 5 seconds to read it. Yeah, okay. Next, this is infograph about BRGM work area. There are 7 provinces peat restoration target with the target around 1.2 million hectares, and there are 9 provinces mangrove rehabilitation target with the target 600,000 hectares. There are Riau, West Kalimantan, and West Papua are the provinces that have to target of peat restoration and mangrove rehabilitation. Okay, next, this is a chart, peat restoration position in protection and management based on government regulation number 71 at 2014. Starting from inventory and mapping, and then function assignment, and then peat ecosystem protection and management plan. Yeah, and in our PPEJ document, we have now 3 activities, consist of utilization, control, and maintenance. From this chart, we know if restoration is part of recovery, and restoration is a 1/17 part of protection and management peat ecosystem. Okay, and these are the parties who have responsibility to peat restoration implementation in each area. Consists of conservation area, protection forest, production forest, and other land use. There are many stakeholders such as central government, local government, concession holders, NGO, and community as a parties in each area. Okay, the second one about lesson learned. In BRG first period, implementation of peat restoration is still being carried out partial and quick response with 3R approach and DPG approach. And then at BRGM second period, besides still continuing partial and quick response, BRGM started implementation of peat restoration with the systematic and integrated model in 6 PHU. So at 2025 onwards, hopefully systematic and integrated model can be replicated in the other PHU. Okay, and then this is notable lesson for peat restoration, consists of protected land use, partial restoration is less effective, biophysical restoration is not enough, but socioeconomic and institutional is also needed. And then clarity of authority, village engagement, and data and information. Okay, and then the other notable, if the implementation of peatland restoration cannot be done idly, peatland restoration cannot be done partially, yet holistically based on peatland hydrological units. Peatland restoration cannot be done instantly. The process takes a long time and costly effort. And of course, peatland restoration needs to be carried out collectively by all related stakeholders. Okay, the last one about permanent solution. We have 5 ways permanent solution for peatland restoration. First one, site level planning. Second one, implementation of 3R activities. Third one, about maintenance and repair of existing peat wetting infrastructure. Fourth one, about peat wetting operation. And last one, about monitoring and evaluation. Yeah, this is the peatland restoration planning hierarchy, starting from peatland restoration indicative map until activity plan. Focus of peatland restoration implementation 2021 until 2024, including continuing restoration, integration IPG with the MPG, maintenance of IPG, planning to the site level. And then the second one, permanent solution with 3R approach. Our number one is pre-wetting with canal blocking, canal backfilling, and deep wells. And number two is revegetation. Number three is revitalization of local livelihoods with land-based approach, water-based approach, and environment service-based approach. Okay. To ensure the sustainability of peat restoration at the site level, BRGM have a program, Peat Care Independent Village. In Indonesia, we call it the MPG. The MPG has several activities such as placement of village facilitators, social, economic, and spatial mapping, integration of peat restoration in village planning document, strengthening local institutions, economic empowerment, strengthening innovation, and monitoring. Okay. The third one about permanent solution is operation, maintenance, repair, and upgrades. After IPG was built, the RGM is carried out regular assessment of IPG. Regular assessment of IPG not only to see the physical condition, but also to see its effectiveness or function. The result of the assessment can be used as a basis for operation and maintenance, repair, and upgrade. Okay, the fourth one about permanent solution is 2 operation of rewetting. First one, operation of rewetting through vulnerable peatland, or Indonesia, we call it OPGRK, Operasi Pembasahan Gambut Rawan Kekeringan. OPGRK implemented in the peat restoration target area with 5 indicators. Indicators number 1, if no rain for 7 days. Number 2, if we can get a report from BMKG that is predicted that potentially prone to fire, and then report from KLHK, BMKG, or LAPAN for indication of hotspot, and indicator the water level more than 0.4 meters from the pit surface. And the second operation is quick response operation to rewet bed peatland, or Indonesia we call it OPCLGT, Operasi Pembasahan Cepat Lahan Gambut Terbakar, implemented to control forest fire in peat restoration that have not yet implemented peat wetting infrastructure. Yeah, this is operation based on the result of monitoring reports and or information from the community or competent institution. The construction of deep wells is carried out on burned peatlands in the BRGM working area, outside the concession area. Okay, the last one about monitoring. This is APTMA, water level monitoring tool. APTMA have 3 sensors, consists of rainfall sensor, soil moisture sensor, and water level height sensor. 3 sensors sent to BRGM server and then display on Sipalaga. And then this is distribution of 153 APTMA in 7 provinces. And then Sipalaga is sistem pemantauan air lahan gambut. You can access it in www.sipalaga.brg.go.id. We will get the data every hour in every PHU. Is it vulnerable? Is it less vulnerable? Or is it not vulnerable? Okay, I think it's enough for my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Let the time back to Prof. Lailan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dian, for such an interesting talk. Ibu Dian, may you please stay with us and be willing to answer the participant question. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to our last speaker in this session, Mr. Faizal Parish. I hope he's here already. Mr. Faizal Parish is the director of the Global Environment Center. His talk would be on lessons learned from the implementation of ASEAN Peatland Management Strategy, APMS 2006 to 2020. A short introduction of him, Mr. Parish, I call him Faizal, is the director of the Global Environment Center, a Malaysian non-profit organization. He graduated from Durham University, UK in biology ecology. He has 40 years of experience working throughout East and Southeast Asia on forest and peatland management, biodiversity, and climate change. He has worked with the ASEAN Secretariat since 2000 to establish the ASEAN Peatland Management Strategy 2006 to 2020, APMS, and the ASEAN Program on Sustainable Management of Peatland Ecosystem from 2014 to 2020. He is currently assisting ASEAN in enhancing data, information, and result management in relation to fire and haze. He is also helping develop a US $1.5 billion investment framework for sustainable haze-free land management in Southeast Asia. I'm pleased to welcome Pak Faizal to share his talk. You have 15 minutes, please, Pak Faizal.
Thank you very much, Ibu Lailan, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very happy to join this meeting today. My presentation is related to progress and lessons learned related to the ASEAN Peatland Management Strategy. Let me try to share the presentation. I hope everyone can see the presentation. So I think everyone is aware that in Southeast Asia, we have a very significant area of peatlands, more than nearly 23 million hectares, and found in almost all of the ASEAN member states. And that these peatlands have extremely important values for biodiversity conservation, carbon storage and sequestration, water resources, livelihood support, and so on. But that when we are not looking after our peatlands well, then they can lead to large-scale degradation, fires, creating large-scale smoke clouds locally and regionally. So in order to address these challenges, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, ASEAN, have taken a number of initiatives to set up different frameworks. Firstly, the ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution, which was established in 2003, followed very closely by the ASEAN Peatland Management Initiative, recognizing that 95% of the transboundary haze in the southern ASEAN region is coming from peatland fires. Under the ASEAN Peatland Management Initiative, the ASEAN Peatland Management Strategy 2006 to 2020 was adopted at ministerial level in 2006, following extensive consultation amongst the region, and recognizing that all of the ASEAN member states with peatlands are facing very similar challenges, and they would enhance situation by working together. So, as mentioned, the first phase of the ASEAN Peatland Management Strategy ran from 2006 to 2020, and then in 2020 and 2021, there was a final review of the progress of that APMS 2006 to 2020. Copies of this report are available on the ASEAN website, but just a brief summary of the progress over those 15 years. Firstly, with regard to awareness and capacity building on peatlands, there was very good progress in all ASEAN member states. All ASEAN member states designated a focal point agency related to peatland management. Some have incorporated peatlands into regulations, most notably Indonesia, but other countries also have developed policies and plans. A total of 6 member states have developed national action plan on the peatlands. Most member states have significantly enhanced institutions and individual capacity related to peatlands, and all member states have recognized national experts. With regard to transboundary haze pollution, environmental degradation, significant action has been taken by all member states to minimize transboundary haze and environmental degradation related to peatlands. And there's been a paradigm shift from firefighting to fire prevention. As you all saw in the presentation by BRG just now, a great deal of progress has been made on the rewetting and coming with new strategies to prevent fire. Fire danger rating system has become one of the key tools in this, combined with satellite observation and tracking of fires and haze. With regard to promoting sustainable management of peatlands, the member states have recognized the importance of peatlands. National and international standards, including have included peat management as one of the requirements of certification, such as under RSPO, but also national schemes as well. And best management practices for sustainable peatland management have been promoted throughout the region. With regard to Objective 4 on regional cooperation and exchange has significantly increased. Exchange and peer-to-peer learning have demonstrably advanced peatland management in the region, and this has enabled the member states to fast-track introduction of new approaches to peatland management, and a growing number of bilateral and regional cooperational initiatives have been supported. In particular, many countries have been learning from the great progress in the last 5 years of Indonesia, but have been a bit frustrated the last 2 years. No one has been able to travel because of the COVID pandemic. And hopefully now, starting through this workshop and the study visit to Jambi that will come up, we'll have opportunities for learning to increase amongst member states on peatland management. So within the ASEAN Peatland Management Strategy, there were 13 focal areas, and within that 25 operational objectives and nearly 100 actions. And 100% of these actions, which were identified in 2006, have been initiated, and most of them are ongoing or continuous. When we look at peatland management, they need the continuous management. We can't just do one-off activity and then hope everything will be okay. So we need continuous management, and that's happening in the 13 different focal areas. You can see also from the table the geographic scope. The number here relates to the number of ASEAN member states that have been implementing activities in the different focal area. You can see that it varies on average between 3 to 8 member states active in the different activities. And then the progress score, you can see on average about 69 or 70%, with a stronger score in some area, such as information sharing and awareness capacity building, and the lower score, in particular, the area of peatland and climate change. In climate change mitigation, there has been significant progress and recognition. but in adaptation to climate change, unfortunately, there's not been sufficient integration of peatland into the adaptation action plans. And also in terms of long-term sustainable financing mechanism at the national and regional level, there is still more work that needs to be done to address this issue. So the priorities for the future, this was the scoring from the 10 member states about priorities. Top priorities still being further action to determine the status of peatlands at national level, followed by public and stakeholder awareness and participation. We still need to involve increasing number of stakeholders, particularly in the production sectors. And you can see the range of different priorities. And these are now being incorporated into a new phase of the APMS, which will run from this year, 2022, up to 2030. And currently the priorities, the objectives, activities are currently being finalized, and that is targeted for adoption by October this year by the 10 member states. So this a few conclusions from the review. I won't go into all of the details, the slides will be shared, but it's recognized that the APMS continues to be highly relevant in the region. The member states continue to value the APMS. The institutional framework has strengthened, but more needs to be done to strengthen national and local institutions and generate more resources to sustain the action to be taken for sustainable peatland management. Some of the specific recommendations made for the future of sustainable peatland management is that all remaining intact peatlands should be designated as protected areas to conserve biodiversity and ecosystem functions. Unfortunately, in ASEAN, we're rarely behind in designating peatlands as totally protected areas. Only about 4 to 5% of the peatlands in the region have been designated so far, compared to the target under CBD up to 2020 of 17% of terrestrial ecosystems to be in protected area, and the potential or proposed the target of 30% by 2030. So we need to do more to better protect peatland systems. One of the other area is that scaling up new approaches and new and economically viable peatland management approaches for local communities to be developed, and to develop the techniques for rehabilitating and developing viable, economically viable livelihoods on wet and re-wetted peatlands, the so-called paludiculture activities. Also, another important point is that there's been real neglect on the upland or montane peatlands. We believe that we have several million hectares of upland or montane peatlands, but these have not yet been recognized fully and mapped and included in the national data systems for peatland extent. I won't go into the further details, but you can look at the slides later. What I want to focus on is to look at some of the key lessons learned from the review, the implementation of the APMS. Firstly, we need to use the landscape approach. In Indonesia, you're talking about peatland hydrological unit approach. So we need to manage the peatland as a whole in the surrounding landscape. We need to apply a multi-stakeholder framework, involve the community, the private sector, local government, national government, specialized agencies. This is the only way to move forward. We need to have better engagement of the private sector. This is just one example of the Roundtable on Sustainable Palm Oil, which brings together many private sector and other stakeholders, coming up with best management practice guidelines for both cultivation of oil palm on peat, but more importantly for management and rehabilitation of peatlands. We need to empower local communities as the stewards of peatlands. We need to recognize their rights over peatlands and forests. And at the same time, though, we cannot neglect their basic necessities. When they don't have basic necessities such as electricity or water supply, we cannot expect them to be playing a major role in protecting and restoring peatlands. So we need to work hand in hand. In BRG, presentation just now talked about the 3R approach. Actually, we feel we should be talking about 4R approach, and we're adding in the reduction of fire risk as number 2. This is very critical. There's no point to have rewetting, revegetation, revitalization if you do not do specific measures to reduce the risk of fire in your rehabilitated areas. We need to take an ecological approach to rehabilitation. It's not practical or cost effective to be planting back one by one all of the billions of trees that are needed to restore the peatlands. We need to restore water levels and let nature do its work to bring back the peatland or peatland forest. Here's just an example you can see from Southwest Kalimantan. Picture on the left, 2016, frequently burnt peatland, just a few ferns. And then on the right, exactly the same spot, only 2 years later, after rewetting, and you can see the recovery, 4-meter tall trees coming up in the landscape. So this is possible if we get the factors right for ecological recovery. Seventh, we need to look at integrating peatland better into climate change, biodiversity, and land degradation strategies. That's the NBSAP's National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plans under CBD, the Nationally Determined Contributions and National Adaptation Plan of Action under UNFCCC, National Wetland Plans under the Ramsar Convention, and Land Degradation Neutrality Target and Plans under the UN Convention to combat desertification. If we don't integrate peatlands, then they will be lost in the key processes which are driving international change and support for peatland management. Number 8, we need to mainstream peatlands into other sectors: agriculture, plantations, environment, forestry, water resource infrastructure, urban development, and finance all need to be talking and understanding about peatlands. If we only deal just in talking to peatland managers and just focus on peatland units or sections, we will not be able to transform the whole way society is addressing peatlands. We also need to think about newly emerging challenges, which we're starting to see more and more frequently, and that is of the long-term subsidence of peatlands. Once we start draining and interfering, and whether it's urban areas developed in peatlands, all the infrastructure starts collapsing, we get urban flooding, or in all of the agriculture and plantation areas developed on peat, inevitably over time, the land will sink. In Malaysia, we have sites which have subsided more than 4 meters, and as a result, they're always flooded during the wet season or storm events. And basically, we have to totally change the paradigm of peatland management to avoid this fate in the future. And then last but not least, we need to really come up with and scale up the new crops, the so-called pluriculture crops, which are able to grow in peatlands with little or no drainage. These are indigenous to the peatland areas, but still productive. Sago, Melaleuca gelam, gelatong, and Elipe nut are also all very significant potential crops, but there are more than nearly 100 different crop species, potential pluriculture crops identified. But we need to develop the market framework and other mechanisms to move forward and scale them up to replace the crops such as current crops such as oil palm or open agriculture in annual ag crops in the peatland areas. This is definitely the future of peatlands, but some peatlands, the intact peatlands, we need to restore back to forest, and even to rehabilitate back through a process maybe initially of agroforestry, and then back to forest for productive use as well. So with that, thank you very much for your attention, and happy to respond to any questions later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Pak Faizal, for such a challenging talk. Please stay with us and willing to answer the question from the participants. So, ladies and gentlemen, now we are coming to our discussion session. I've seen some questions in the chat room. There are some questions to Ibu Direktur. From Prof. Imas, question to Ibu Director. Simatak is recording the water level of peatland in the concession area. The data are very important, not only for concession, but also for the surrounding area for fire early warning system. How the public can access this data from Simatak as the BRGM does with Sipalaga? I think this is a critical question from everybody. This is the first question to Ibu Direktur. And the next question from Dr. Wida, also to Ibu Director. How is the separation of the water level indicator spaced out from one point to another? Is there any guide you follow for this decision? Thank you. I think I would like to invite Ibu Director to respond to this question. Please, Ibu.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. The first regarding on the Simatak that already put it. This is the database system for water level monitoring at the intervention area, especially mostly for the concession holders and some of them in the non-concession holders that conducted by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. In the CPEC, what we call CPEC Sistem Informasi Peatland, pengendalian kerusakan ekosistem gambut or perlindungan dan pengelolaan ekosistem gambut, sistem informasi perlindungan dan pengelolaan ekosistem gambut, or what we call information system for peatland protection and management, we call CPEC, will provide the upper layer, not the raw data of the Simatak, but the analyzed or the data that already what we call process as upper layer. We can see the color that I already placed in the several last slide. And we provide the upper layer Simatak with colors to make it easier for a community to have interpretation of the data. For example, green, it means that under the 40 centimeter into 0 centimeter under the surface of peatland and so forth. And this data usually provide for early warning system. We also confirm to check whether the data correct or not correct with the satellite imagery that we download. The satellite imagery is not for the water level, but for the soil moisture, to cross-check whether the data of water level management is water level in the field monitoring is correct. So my basic answer, we provide the data, not the raw data of Simatak, but the data that already analyzed and make it easier to understand for public to get action as a basic for decision support system for the wetness or for the water level in the intervention area. The second question from Ibu Wida, how is the separation of the water level indicators spaced out? It means that the first one, in determining the position of water level monitoring. We can see, you may check from the Ministry of Environment Regulation number 16 for restoration, and also number 15 2017 for the water management in the peatland area. We will for the detailed guideline currently is still provided in the what we call haven't in legally binding. I mean, in the Directorate General decree, something like that, still under guidance for the implementation in the field, and it will be shared under our website, and also you may contact to our unit to get this guidance for determining water level station position, and then after that for the determination of the area that getting intervention by the infrastructure for water for rewetting in the peatland depend on the characteristic of the peatland in certain peatland ecosystem area. So one PHU having different algorithm for the calculation of the area that rewetted by developing the infrastructure and by the level of water that indicated in the water station. So this is my question. Thank you. My answer for the question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Director, for a very clear response. So I think raw data is confidential. Now I would like to invite Ibu Dian to respond to the question. I think to Ibu Dian, yes, from Musri, from Dr. Musri, ya, University Malaysia Sabah. Regarding to restoration activities at some area, I'm wondering if you have specific technique to planting the sapling at area, and what tree species that you use to restore the area, and what ways using this tree species. Please, Ibu Dian.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Lailan. I will answer the question. Thank you for the question. From the question, Mr. or Ms. Musri, I can answer if BRGM carried out peat restoration activities based on normal, standard, and procedure and criteria Ministry of Environment and Forestry. All of peat restoration activities, rewetting, revegetation, and revitalization. BRGM carried out peat restoration activities in the form of revegetation with demonstration plots with the endemic and local species. As I understand, there is no limit in the number of plants. For the example, we can plant the vegetation such as the lutung, and then in some area we can plant the other species such as pineapple and etc. Okay, that's all, Prof. Lailan.
Thank you, Ibu Dian. Committee, we have still time.
Okay. Yeah.
Ibu Dian, there is also a question for you. I think from Nanda Marita, question from Nanda and Tubagus Angga is almost in line. Yeah. So please respond to this question, Ibu Dian.
Okay, thank you for the question, Nanda Maritama and Tubagus Anissa. For Nanda Maritama, now as I explained in second one about lesson learned, BRGM until 2024 has a target to make pilot model of a systematic and integrated peat restoration with the involvement of parties such as the central government, local government, concession holders, NGO, academici, and many more. Several steps of implementation of the pilot model. At first, arrange an action plan with the integration of planning documents. The second step is institutional strengthening, and then implementation, and last one, monitoring and evaluation. By working together, starting from planning until monitoring and evaluation, hopefully on 2025 towards, peat management will continue in systematic and integrated management peat restoration. I think the answer for Nanda Maritama, and I will try to answer the question from Tubagus Anissa. Yeah, since 2018, BRGM has collaborated with local government. This is with Provincial Forestry Service. Through the Indonesia, we call it tugas pembantuan mechanism with budget facilitation and norma, standard, prosedur, and criteria guided by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Some of the main activities consist of preparing planning documents, implementation 3R, and monitoring evaluation. So BRGM has been working with local government since the beginning in the implementation of peat restoration. I think that's all, Prof. Lailan.
Thank you, Ibu Dian. I think we still have time. So I have a question to Pak Faizal. Based on the review of the FPMS 2016 to 2020 implementation, we see different capacity and peatland management implementation in each country. What do you think how to strengthen collaboration among the countries and to have lesson learned from each other? Please, Pak Faizal.
Thank you very much, Ibu Lailan. Yes, I think this is a very critical thing, and we've seen in the past this has been very important to help those countries that have lower capacity on peatlands to learn from their neighbors who have better capacity. And previously under ASEAN Peatland Management Strategy, there were quite a lot of study tours, exchanges, and so on, but unfortunately these came to an end with the pandemic, but maintained during that time by webinars such as this online, which I think is really a new and very strategic tool for helping us. And also I think there's a lot more expansion of videos and other information on social media, which is spreading the message. But of course, language remains a barrier with so many hundreds of languages spoken in the ASEAN member states. So we need to do better at developing tools. But I think nothing beats seeing, meeting people face to face and seeing exactly the situation. Under the previous ASEAN Peatland Forest project, we had extremely good experience from peer-to-peer learning, both within country and between country. And we even seen by bringing farmers from Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia together, they're really able to come up with new innovation and ideas and immediately start practicing it and spreading the idea when they go back to their countries. So we need to improve that, and that's why I think it's so much important to have workshops and mechanisms like this, with looking at the connected peatlands, and also I think this is very important issue that we're talking about this morning is about use of technology for real-time sharing of information on peatland status. This is such a transformation compared to only a few years ago, when the only information we could get on the fire risk was when the fires were occurring and picking up hotspots on the weather satellite. Now we have a real-time information transfer on peatland water levels, so that immediately can be used as an early warning of increasing the risk. So I think that's really something that the other member states, I'm continually getting requests from other member states. When can we go to Indonesia? When can we learn about the systems that are there? I think today's meeting will really help that, and followed by, I think, some people from ASEAN member states will be coming to Jambi next week to also see some of the activities as firsthand. So this is a very important process. Actually, the pioneer of restoring peat swamp forest in ASEAN was not Malaysia or Indonesia, it was Thailand. They started nearly 30 years ago in developing tree planting trials for rehabilitation of peatlands. And then almost 20 years ago, 2002, we organized a workshop, 2003, in Thailand. And we brought people from Malaysia and Indonesia to see the planting trials of the peat rehabilitation in Thailand. And many of those ideas went back and led to significant peatland restoration initiatives and planting trials in Malaysia and Indonesia. So we can get the innovation from sometimes unexpected places. And I think we should try to continue that and build even the smallest group or the small community can come up with a groundbreaking innovation that we can spread through internet workshops and exchanges like this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Faizal, for very informative response. So, ladies and gentlemen, it seems that we need more time for discussion. Unfortunately, it's time for us to end this session. So thank you very much to our distinguished speakers on session 1, Ibu Ati, Director of Peatland Degradation Control, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Ibu Dian from BRGM, and Pak Faizal Parish from GC for their impressive talks. I believe all of us greatly understand peatland management, current condition, and future challenges. The important thing is that we have shared this information and experience among us at the regional level. As the moderator, I'm pleased to thank all of you, the speakers and participants in this session, for your active contribution and fruitful discussion. I apologize for any inconvenience during this session. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. I get back the next program to MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lailan and all speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now enter sharing session 2, titled Peatland Fire Management. Moderator of this session will be Dr. Ati Dwi Nurhayati. Before we start, I would like to read Dr. Ati's CV. Dr. Ati Dwi Nurhayati is a lecturer from Department of Horticulture, Faculty of Forestry and Environment, IPB University. Dr. Ati had her bachelor degree in forest management, IPB University. She had her master degree in forestry science, and her PhD is in natural resources and environmental management science. Dr. Ati has conducted various researches with various collaborators. Dr. Ati, please, the time is yours.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Ms. Verda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning from Indonesia for all participants, ladies and gentlemen. I will chair in the second session. In this session, we will discuss about peatland fire management. There are two speakers in this session. They are Dr. Israr Albar and Professor Bambang Herosaharjo. We start, the first speaker is Dr. Israr Albar from Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia. I will read a short CV of Dr. Israr. Okay, Dr. Israr Albar is Deputy Director of Fire Suppression from Ministry of Environment and Forestry Indonesia. He's graduated from IPB in 1993. His master degree from Göttingen University, German in 1999, and his doctoral degree from IPB in 2016. Dr. Israr has received some awards, among them Merit Award Canada in 2008, Expert Asia Exchange Promoting Quality Education, Research and Training in South East Asia Award, European Commission in 2014 and 2015. And he has some collaboration research, among them peat fires in Central Kalimantan, Indonesia during 2015 El Nino, which collaborate with NASA, and Natural Climate Solution in Indonesia, and also tropical peat fire emission. This is a very impressive CV, Dr. Israr. So I would like to welcome Dr. Israr to deliver his presentation about forest and land fire management in Indonesia. You have 15 minutes. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Ati, for introducing me. Good morning, good day, all participants. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to thanks to Network ASEAN Peat Farm Forest Communities for transponding health alert for inviting me in this important webinar of fire prevention for sustainable peatland management. Wabil khusus for Professor Lailan Syaufina and Professor M.Sc. My regards to all honorable speaker today. I also send my best regards to all attendees in this webinar. It's really an honor for me to be here today. I'm going to share brief information or update about forest and land fire management in Indonesia. Allow me to share my presentation on the screen. Okay. So already on the screen? I hope yes.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Indonesia has a strong commitment in tackling land and forest fire. The basis for this willingness, including ratification of Parish Agreement by Law 16, 2016, and submitted its first and updated nationally determined contribution last year. Indonesia also submitted long-term strategy on low carbon and climate resilience 2050 documents to UNFCCC as a long-term direction that will serve as a guide in the implementation of the climate change mitigation and adaptation, as well as the next 5-year NDC commitment. At the end of 2021, last year, the Presidential Decree number 98 concerning implementation of carbon pricing for achieving NDC targets and controlling GHG emissions in national development issued, and followed by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry Decree number 168 this year concerning Indonesia's forestry and other land use, or we call it a FOLU, NETSing 2030 for climate change. Based on our nationally determined contribution, Indonesia has targeted to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions up to 29% by 2030 with baseline of 2010. The main contributing sectors expected are energy, 11 and 15%, and of course, FOLU, 17 to 24%. So you can hear in this table that the FOLU have the great contributor we expected that from FOLU we can reduce the greenhouse gas emissions with CM1 or in CM2. Wait. Oh, wait. Okay, from the target reductions, the FOLU contributing around 60% and energy contributing around 38% refer to Indonesia first and second BUR, the annual update report. The biggest source of emission came from peat fire, around 44 to 48%, followed by energy, around 35 to 37%. From the FOLU perspective, reducing hotspots, burns area, and peat management are the keys to reducing emission from peatland fires. So it's clearly, you can see here how the contributing of the peat fire in as a resources of the emission. We all know that 2015 is the tremendous fire season, not only in Indonesia, but also in many parts of the world. The MODIS detected almost 180,000 of active fire in 2015 and significantly dropped to 24,000 and almost 18,000 in 2016 and 2017 consecutively, decreasing almost 90%. However, in 2019, the active fire detected 90,000, which is 50% of 25 active fire, and it goes decreasingly. This year, as of July 12, the active fire detected only 4,390 for all level of confidence and only 523 for level of confidence above 80%. So we still hope that this year we expected less fire in Indonesia, of course. This is the current situation of the fire monitoring today, 19 July 2022, where we found Sumatra, especially in West Kalimantan, and also in East Nusa Tenggara, detected a lot of hotspots from low, moderate to high level of confidence. So we have to be careful about this trend, because the one semester we found there are 3 provinces that the highest number of the burn area, including the West Sumatra, West Kalimantan, and East Nusa Tenggara. This graph is showing the burn area during last 20 years, where 2006, 2014, 2015, as well as 2019 were the worst years of fires in Indonesia. The red yellow color indicated the burn area in peat, and then the green one is the mineral burn area. This year, as of last June, we recorded 59,130 hectares of burn area. So it's still less for the first semester 2022. As we might know, to tackle land and forest fire, there are 3 activities should be conducted: prevention, suppression, and of course, post-fire. We believe prevention activities is the most important one. Some activities in prevention included early warning and early detection systems. The ground suppressions conducted by the fire brigades, we call it Manggala-Agni, and also Army, Police, Disaster Agency, both in provincial or in regency, the private sector, of course, and so on. Ministry of Environment and Forestry also delineate the burn area on a monthly basis. Ministry of Environment and Forestry started to monitor forest fire in 1997 as ground station to receive satellite data established in Bogor office and disseminate to fire-prone provinces through fax and email. So you can imagine how we deliver all the messages using fax and email at the time. In 2001, all the hotspot information flowing via mailing list, Sepongi. This is also the well-known mailing list at the time. 2006, we moved to the receiver satellite to Jakarta and added L and X band to acquire NOAA as well as Terra and Aqua satellite. First website for public access was launched in 2009 and relaunched in 2014 with official domain name. In 2017, we added Terra Aqua from Lapan and NASA and SNPP data as well as social media to reach more users. In 2019, we launched Android mobile application and online-based reporting for private sector. 2020, 2 years ago, we refreshed Sipongi website dashboard. And then 1 year later, we added a weather forecast, peat water level, local fire center locations, and iOS mobile application. Last year, we refreshed the main interface and added shape file automatically based on requested layer and online-based report. In order to make it handy, we developed a KL Haka Hotspot mobile applications to monitor forest fire, which is available on Google Play Store for Android and App Store for iOS. These applications also included ground check and suppression reporting tool for fire brigades in the field. Sipongi Kahutla monitoring system received top 99 public innovation from Minister of State Apparatus, Civilization and Bureaucratic Reform in 2019. Then top 45 public innovation in the same year, and then top 15 public innovation special category 2021, and nominee for UNPSA initiative and the SDGs in 2021 and also in 2022. There are several data and information that we use in our early warning systems, fire danger rating system, where we can have information at national and provincial level for all FDRS indexes, such as fine film moisture code, DAF moisture code, drop code build-up index, initial spread index, and of course, fire weather index. This system developed since 2002, when myself and also Professor Bambang Heru Saharjo involved as part of the development team for Southeast Asia fire danger rating system. Using the application of forest fire and land cover early warning based on the ASEAN regional hotspot and climate, we can have prediction for next 6 months. It's a long-lived prediction. This figure showing the climate index for the stability of hotspot occurrences of September to December 2022. Both systems are run by Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics Agency, or BMKG. And now BMKG also running the Spartan, the newest application for early detection of ASEAN regions. I think our colleagues from BMKG will elaborate more about Spartan this afternoon. The fire brigades of, we call it Mangalagni, was first established in 2002 in 5 fire-prone provinces at 21 local fire centers. Nowadays, it has 34 local fire centers in 11 fire-prone provinces in Sumatra, Kalimantan, as well as Sulawesi, with total 1,901 personnel. Their tasks including prevention and of course suppression of fire. This is a routine integrated patrol among the key success of less fire occurrences. Routine patrol consists of Mangalagni, and integrated patrol consists of a team of Mangalagni, Army, Police, and the community, or we call it fire MPA, Masyarakat Peduli Api. The composition of this team is flexible according to the condition and needs in the field. Each patrol post can reach 2 until 3 villages prone to forest and land fires. This year, the routine patrol will be carried out in 556 village posts and integrated patrol in 164 villages all over fire-prone location in Indonesia. Another innovation is system monitoring and reporting technology for fire prevention patrol, or Smart Patrol Information System, or we call it SIP Karhutla, that just launched last month in Bogor by Rector of IPB University and Director General of Climate Change. This system, developed by IPB University and Ministry of Environment and Forestry, supported by the International Tropical Timber Organizations, or ITTO, and the Education Fund Management Institute, or LTDP, from Ministry of Finance. This SIP Kahutla is a computer-based system that is developed in order to manage data and information of patrol activities to support forest and land fire management activities. This system has 2 applications. Mobile application is used by patrol teams to collect data during patrol activities, and website application, which has a main function to manage data or information and has a function as a managerial dashboard. This slide showing how we monitor and tackle land and forest fire in West Sumatra. For example, daily hotspot monitoring detected several hotspots in southern part of West Sumatra on March 28th. Then we conducted ground check the day after, followed by suppression by Fire Task Force, Provincial Forestry Agency, West Sumatra, and also Fire Brigades Mangalakni from Jambi Local Fire Center from March 30 to April 2nd. Our regular burn area estimation using Landsat 8 or 9 and also Sentinel-2 images clearly found the burn area are those locations which verified by hotspot, ground check, and also suppression activity coordinate. We regularly estimate or calculate the burn area since 2016 using Landsat and now also Sentinel imagery, manually delineation, guided by the predicted burn area developed by LAPAN, now BRIN. This delineation process also assisted by the hotspot data, ground check, and suppression coordinate conducted by Mangalakni Fire Brigades at the field. We then analyzed, and the results was discussed with all stakeholders from all provinces through validation and verification meeting. We estimate the burn area by comparing the pre and post-fire image using Landsat 8 and also Sentinel, overlaid with the hotspot and ground checking and fire suppression coordinate reported from the fire brigades in the field to ensure that area are burned as showing in this slide using ArcGIS or KG software. This is another monitoring system that we use. This is a canary node. It's the air quality sensing node, which is developed under the Canary project in collaboration with the Interlab IIT Thailand, Leipzig in Sorbonne University in France, and also University of Bologna, Italy. The low-cost real-time monitoring of health, air quality, and disaster in rural communities in Thailand, as well as Southeast Asia, we call it as HESMON, is sponsored by a grant from the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Development. Up to now, there are 56 nodes available in 4 countries, Thailand, Philippines, Laos, and Indonesia. For the way forward, we will enhance our Sipongi KMS, integration Smart Petro to Sipongi KMS, exchange knowledge among Southeast Asia National Monitoring Center, this is important one, developing semi or automation of burn area estimation, and enhance operational room of Sipongi, and so on. So this is our target for, let's say, for 2 or 3 years from now on. I think that's all my presentation today. I hope my presentation could give some updated information, particularly the long history of Ministry of Environment and Forestry on tackling land and forest fire. Thank you for attention. Stay safe and healthy. Back to you, Ibu Ati.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Israr, for the interesting presentation. If you have any question to Dr. Israr, please type your question on the chat room. And now we are moving to our next speaker, Professor Dr. Bambang Hero Saharjo from Regional Fire Management Research Center. I would like to introduce Prof. Bambang first. Prof. Bambang Hero Saharjo is an Executive Director of Regional Fire Management Research Center, Southeast Asia. He's graduated from IPB Indonesia in 1987 and his master degree from Kyoto University, Japan in 1996, and his doctoral degree also from Kyoto University, Japan in 1999. And Prof. Bambang has received some awards. Among them are Canadian Forest Service Merit Award from Canadian Forest Service Natural Resource Canada in 2004. And then Global Landscape Fire Awards, Global Fire Monitoring Center, University of Freiburg, German in 2019. And the last one, he received John Maddox Prize, London in 2019. And he has a long-term collaboration research with NASA on fire emission, carbon monitoring, reporting, and verification capabilities for supporting REDD Plus in 2017-2023. Sorry, this is a very excellent CV, Prof. Bambang. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Prof. Bambang to deliver his presentation about challenge in law enforcement for forest and land fire cases. You have 15 minutes, please, Prof. Bambang.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ati. First of all, thank to the steering committee to invite me to join this conference or meeting regarding the Peat fires and also the managements. And I would like to share with you in several minutes. I think the title of our presentation is quite unique, yeah. But overall, I would thank all the participants who come. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good evenings. And I think the steering committee could share my presentation, please. Okay, this is the topic I would like to discuss with you, challenge in law enforcement for forest and land fire cases. Next. Next slide, please. Okay, in early May in 2022, I joined the 15th World Forestry Congress in Seoul. I think Peter Mo joined this meeting, and during the presentation, I make several copies taken with my photo. For instance, like the first one, I would like to show all about the status of forest fire in APOCO member countries, for instance. Here you can see the red one, the green one is the burn area in 22 until 2019, and then the other graphics is number of forest fire in 22 until 2019. You can see here the Cambodia, the Brunei, Indonesia, Laos, Myanmar, Philippines, etc. Yeah, this I would like to know that the fire is still blow up in ASEAN country also. Yeah. Next slide, please. And then this is in 2019 data shown by camps that were here. Clearly, you can see that even in 2019, our fire is about 1.6 million hectares compared to fire that occurred in 2015. That the greenhouse gas emission, especially CO2, is nearly. So this is come from peat fire. So this is become very important. Why then our peat should be protect from everything, including the forest fires. Next slide, please. The other question emerged: why then the fire become a Kublo threat? Here, this is mentioned that because the fire accelerate the climate change, that wildfire can significantly affect the global carbon cycle, making it more difficult to halt rising temperatures. This is one of discussed in COP20 last year, when I joined in Glasgow, because sometimes it's very hard to get the average 1.5 degrees of Celsius, because there is fires, and there is also the source of the emission that's still working until today. Next slide, please. And then from here, we can see also how wildfires links with others. For instance, like increasing CO2 and gas emission, and also cause the climate change, and also finally will increase risk. We know that now in our countries, especially in Europe, in US, there is still fire there because of the increasing of the temperatures. That's finally we recognize that some places more than 40 degrees of Celsius, and also real humidity is very, very low. This is, I believe, this is the impact of the climate change. Next slide, please. And then we will see here that this is a record in 2021, where you can see everywhere fire is still blow up. And one note that I think is very important is in the below. You can see that the global increase of extreme fires will be about 14% by 2030, and then 30% by 2050, and then 50% by 2100. This is made by UNEP in 2022. So it's mean that fire is still our challenge for the next couple of years. Yeah? So please stay on your position to protect the fire, especially in this meeting. Please protect your peat as you can do. Yes, the best technique and strategy, etc. Next slide, please. And then the other point is the reducing wildfires. Yeah, because this is also one of the big issue that the question emerged then, that how can we reduce the risk of wildfires? From this meeting, I found that there is several activities should be conducted. For instance, like restriction of activities that might lead to accident fires, management of vegetation and vegetation debris, especially look like all fire fuels, and management of wildfire, for instance, like firefighting and control effort. And then more long-term sensitive land use planning that account for more multiple risks. Next slide, please. And then also, finally, what is the plan? Because sometimes, because they're full of uncertainty, then we don't know actually what we should do. But here there's mention, uncertainty is the same like unknowns. When and where will our coverage? How will climate change impact our priorities? Is anyone planning replacement all? So this is become of our problem to fight it. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, then until my presentation, I did not see any condition on how fires occurs in the peatland. So now I would like to share you with my video how actually the fires in the ground. So then you can see in the emission itself, and then how to stop the fire. This is at the case in 2019 at 11 September. Please start the video. So from here you can see, yeah, fire is not in one side, but also in several points. Yeah. So sometimes the question is where we should start to fight the fires. Okay, then the question is, where was the fire come from? This is from inside or from outside, especially for the companies, something like that. So who did it? Okay, so then we will see how during the fires that produce huge amount of the gases, including greenhouse gases. Please, second video. Second video, please. So you can see here, yeah, the huge amount of gases, yeah, produced during burning. Sometimes the fire brigade can do nothing. Yeah. So then this is not for the first time. Yeah, this is also a fire that occurs on 2019, especially in September. So this is also become important for us on management of the peatland itself. The question is, are those guys, are those responsibility peoples are working to keep the fires from, to keep the peatland from the fires? This is also then become a big question. Next slide, please. So the other important that the every activities in the world is actually could not be hide because many instruments can show it. This is only one example. For instance, like using the world view NASA, where the fire blow up in Sumatra, for instance, that we can predict the performance of the spreading of the smoke or haze to the others. Then the question is then, if there is no activities, then the fire of course become bigger and bigger, and of course there will be have a problem if finally the smokes or the haze could transport to the other countries. Okay, next slide, please. Then this is the result. Yeah, you can see all the area is burns. Then the question again emerged: where was the fires come from, and who did it? Because sometimes those area, if there is no attention, they will cause the subsidence without any restorations. Maybe when you found about 2-3 years ago, just maybe 10 centimeter tap burns, but if there is no activities there, then maybe your area is the subsidence will increase maybe to be around 40 or 50 centimeters. Then the question, who will are responsible for those things? Okay, next slide, please. This is also the situation. This is again, all this is a peatland, burns, and then not only one a day, but sometimes needs months, maybe more, something like that. Again, the question, where was the fires come from, and who did it? Okay, next slide, please. And then you can see on this planting, especially on peat plum, and then this is an evidence that if you keep your peatland wet, according to regulations, etc. Because in the morning we heard from the directors that we have also regulations. If not, then this is one of the productive. We can see you spend money, you spend everything, then finally like this. I think we don't need because of station like this. Next slide, please. And then this I would like to see that how your peatland destroyed due to the fires. And then on the right you can see the pit depth then will be decreased following the fires. Okay, next slide, please. And then also this one, if there is no restoration, nothing to do, and you let the fire there every year, then you can see like these guys. This is taken pictures from my college, and finally recognized that in several years there are more than 2 meters being dropped since 1979 until 2007. Okay, next slide, please. Then the question emerged: are these below will be the solutions? Is the early warning systems? And for instance, like you got the fire over there, then, oh yeah, we got the fires there. Then if there is no follow-up and do nothing, then it's the solution. The same also with early detection systems, and also firefighting, and finally HIPPY equipments, and finally climate modification technology. Is there any others? There could be solutions. Yeah, next slide, please. And then the question again, what about the burn area conditions? Yeah, because we cannot let all the burns area then look like as business as usual. And then who actually should restore the burn area? And then who should take responsibility for those burn area? And then who should pay for the restorations? I think this all should be answers. Okay, otherwise then we don't want to be the firefighter for all of the years. Meanwhile, the person who behind of this is get the benefit on it. Okay, next slide, please. Then we're trying to investigate. For instance, like in these pictures, this actually fire occur here, several months before, or 3 months, and then when we go to the field, then we finally this area has been covered by the trees. The question is again, where the fires come from and who did it? Okay, but now we have instrument and technology. And then finally, we can investigate how the fire occurs and who actually should be responsibility for these fires. Next slide, please. So from here, you can see using the instrument, then we know that the fire's there. And then every days we can, we can check it, investigate. And finally, you can see on the left below, you can see the yellow one is the borders of the companies, and the red one is the fire occurs for certain periods. And we get also finally how big, how large the area burned because of these fires. Okay, next slide, please. Yeah, this is the how we trying to track the fires. Yeah, for instance, like for this one, in the case, and I was on the places in the burn area in 24 September 2015. But the question is, how about the situation before becomes? Then we got the data on 27 August 2015. Wow, fire deaths, and we learn more that finally actually the fire also occurs in 2012 on 15 May. So this is become of important in order for scientific evidence for the cases here. Next slide, please. It will be faster because they're slow slide. Next slide. Yeah. Berapa ini? Okay. You can see this is how we're trying to overlay situation with the hotspot and also the other instruments on the maps, for instance, using the Sentinel-2, etc. Okay, so then we can identify when and where is the fire occurs. Next slide, please. And then this is also, but not only for the peatland, but also for the dryland. This is also another video that actually we received. Then finally we recognize how the fire occur in their places. Okay, please. Yeah, you can see from this video. Yeah, we just received this video, and the investigator just show us the places, and then based on those data, the coordinate, etc., that we should investigate how the performance of the people behind of the fire working and when they started. And this is quite important. Okay, next slide, please. This is the video still working. Sorry. Next slide, please. Yeah, still this is the picture taken on the side. You can see. Sometimes the police use the simple GPS, and then the important one is to know when the fire occur based on the investigation, also the site. Next slide, please. Oh, this is the we try to tracking since the beginning they started. So from there we can see when and where, how big the fire blow up in this area. Next slide, please. Okay. Next slide, please. Yes, move. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Yeah. So from here we know that the how much or how big the burn area occur on that places. Okay. So from to begin when and where, so it's easily to recognize. Okay. Next slide, please. And then from here also, yeah, we can see the fire occur there. It's very easy to locate it, yeah, during the fire occurs and also after the burn area. Okay, next slide. And then at the end, as a conclusion, I would like to state that the number one, law enforcement is believed to be a significant tool in reducing greenhouse gases, emissions, and environmental destruction that have an impact on humans and environments. Indeed, because forest and land fire are human action, they can be prevented. In addition, because the fire occurs on land, whether on peat or on mineral soil, it is easy to know where they come from, which can be tracked using the available satellite. The data and facts, the factors can actually be used as scientific evidence, the codes, in determining whether the fire originates from its working area or originates from outside working area. However, what often becomes a problem is that the law enforcers, the person who running the law enforcement, who hear the case are not easy to understand because their background is the law, but we are on science something. So we should use the certain explanations, slow but slow, because sometimes if not, then it's not easy to make them understand. But currently, the training for them has been running, although it has not met some adequate needs. But this is the way to solve the problem, because what we need is that who behind of the fire's responsibility, because we don't want that the burns area will look like that, and then finally will give the negative impact to us, because it produces a huge amount of the greenhouse gases and also destroy our peat. But we need there should be restored if finally we recognize who behind of the fire. I think that's all I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Bambang, for the interesting presentation. So now we are coming to the discussion session. I have seen a question in the chat room for Prof. Bambang Hero. The host, can you share the screen? The question from Musri, University Malaysia, to Prof. Bambang Hero. Oops. The question to Prof. Bambang Hero, as I concern, there are three main components in forest fire prevention and suppression. suppression consists of education, engineering, and law enforcement. May I ask your opinion, Prof, in our context in ASEAN countries, which area of these 3E is the most important and we still lacking in order to combat the wildfire as predicted by UNEP will increase in the future? Please, Prof. Bambang, maybe you can respond for this question first. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to Musri from Faculty of Tropical Forestry, University of Sabah, Malaysia. I agree with you. We have 3 activities there, and prevention, suppression, and finally resilience after the fires. What I would like to let you know is that of course we need educations, of course we need the engineering, and finally of course we need the enforcement, law enforcement especially. So sometimes the last point, the most important is who actually should be responsible for those fires, because we spend money for preventions, we spend big money also for suppression, and then sometimes we never thought that who behind of the fires actually should responsibility. So my opinion is that to answer your questions, law enforcement will be one important point also to be running by all of the system working in the countries. Because for me myself, and also maybe other person like you maybe, we don't want to be just a fire brigades. Every day and every minute they will call, etc. I will ask them also to have responsibility for what they are doing. Otherwise, that you will do it look like fire brigades every year, every month, and every minute. So, in my opinion, again, you still continue for the preventions, and also if you fail to do the prevention, you should have the suppressions, and finally, don't forget, you should also running the law enforcement, because this is also one of the best solutions to reduce the greenhouse gases. Okay, I think this is my answer to your question. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Bambang. And then the second question from Virachaitan Pipat. Do you still need to conduct a field fire investigation to confirm with satellite and other evidence? Yeah. And maybe also the question from Dayang from University Putra Malaysia. That the question is, where is the fire come? Based on the question you highlight, where is the fire come from? Who did it? With the satellite image as evidence, how do you will determine the individual or organization behind it? Maybe Prof. Bambang can respond the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, my friends, Perachai. Okay, I will answer your question. Of course, we need to investigate in the ground. Yeah, because sometimes the result from satellite also is not clear. So in our regulation, when you bring to the case in the courts, you don't need only the satellite, but also the evidence from the ground. Because the question emerged from the judge, is the fires cause pollutions, and also are those fires cause environmental destructions. So from satellite, we did already, but we need also the evidence, the proof that these fires cause environmental destruction. For instance, like we take the sample from burn pits, and then how deep of burn pits, and also how the companies really manage the area, for instance, like using canals and monitoring groundwater level, etc. Again, for this, we should go to the ground for the investigation, to need more. And because we will check also the other facilities like equipment, because in our country it's very, very clear. Yeah, if you open your oil pump, for instance, for several hectares, maybe 500 or 1,000, you should prepare the fire brigades, equipment, etc. This is regulation already. Okay, and then from Dayang, yes, I answered your question. Yeah, you mentioned that based on the question that I saw in the presentation, which satellite and how can determine. Of course, we have the satellite with the raw resolution, for instance, like provided by NASA, for instance, using the NOAA 20, MODIS Terra Aqua, and also FIRS. And also to make sure this is the fire hotspot or the fire spot, and we use the others, like very easy is using Sentinel-2. Then we combine it, then finally we got that with the place. This, you know, we need a patience because it takes time. You should check it hour and hours because you know, the area is not only 1-2 hectares. Sometimes the area burn area is nearly 20,000 hectares. You could imagine is that. So with those instruments until today, we can investigate, we can recognize where actually the fire comes from. This is from the inside of the companies or outside the companies. Yeah, because as companies, like I mentioned before, there is a responsibility for the fires. Yeah, then they should prevent everything, like early warning system, early detection, and how they did it in the field. Yeah, so from, like I said before, from tracking that we can see, we can solve, we can recognize that the fires may be not only on those areas where we go there, but maybe before the fire. So that this is become important. Okay. I hope I can answer your question already. Thank
Okay,
you,
thank
Dian.
you. Thank you, Prof. Bambang. And we have a question for Pak Israr. How much from Virachai, Tampipat? How much the unusual rainfalls in the past 2 years really impact fire situation in Indonesia? Please, Pak Israr can respond the question.
Thank you, Bu Ati, and also thank you, Mr. Virachai, Dr. Chai. Based on our data, especially for this 2020, we will see that the index of the ENSO. So I'm talking about the analysis and the prediction of the ENSO will be this July, August to September will be in neutral conditions, and I think this will go to the neutral condition, La Nina or El Nino. And yes, for the last 2 years, there's still a lot of rain. That's all over Indonesia, I think, and it's advantage for us in fire preventions. And we are not sure how about the next year or the second semester. But based on this BMKG prediction, we will have the ENSO and La Nina to moderate to neutral will be occur in December, January to February next year. So I think our colleagues, the BMKG, that we will present this afternoon, will inform about the prediction about the condition of the weather, the climates for the whole Indonesia. Maybe we'll have the complete information this afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Israr, for the answer the question. Ladies and gentlemen, now we come to the end of the session. But before the closing, I would like to highlight some of the important issues from our discussion. The first is fire prevention must be top priority in forest and land fire management. Among the involvement of exchange knowledge and information among experts and practical on fire management, involvement of scientists and researchers from all partners provides opportunity for interaction, improving research and technical competencies. And the second is law enforcement is one of the ways in reducing greenhouse gas emission and environmental destruction that have an impact on human and the environment. I think that issues will need the collaborative effort from all stakeholders for the solution in the future. So on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to express our highest appreciation to all of our speakers, Dr. Israr and Prof. Bambang. Thank you for the interesting presentation and sharing with us. And also thank you for the participant for your participation. And I would like to end the session and give the time back to Master of Ceremony. Please, Ms. Verda. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Ati and all speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, this next session will be delegates' presentations. Moderator of this session will be Professor Dr. Imas Sitanggang. Before we start, I would like to read Professor Imas' CV. Professor Imas Sitanggang is a lecturer at Computer Science Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, IPB University. Professor Imas had her undergraduate of Mathematics at Bogor Agriculture University, Indonesia, her master degree at Computer Science Gadjah Mada University, Indonesia, and her PhD in Computer Science University Putra, Malaysia. Professor Imas has a long list of achievements and innovations. Professor Imas has also conducted various researches with various collaborators. Professor Imas, please, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Verda. Can you hear my voice clearly? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. So now we are entering another important session of this webinar. We will have 3 invited speakers, resource person for this session. Delegate presentation of the this project, NICT, Network Asia Peat Swamp Forest Community for Transboundary Hedge. The first speakers will be Professor Adu Watisali. Prof. Adu, are you there, Prof? Prof. Adu Wati? Can you hear my voice, Prof. Adu? Prof. Adu Wati? And then Mr. Nobuyuki Asai-san. Are you there, Asai-san? And then the last speaker will be Dr. Vida. Okay, the first one is Prof. Adu. So let me share about the CV of Prof. Adu Wati. The committee, can you share the short CV of Prof. Adu?
Prof. Lailan, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Prof.
Prof.
Adu.
Imas, sorry. Yeah, Prof.
I can
Imas.
hear you, Prof.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm waiting for your CV.
Okay.
To be read. So, ladies and gentlemen, Prof. Adu is the leader of this project. So here is the CV of Prof. Adu Wati. Prof. Adu has so many achievements. Yeah. Prof. Adu currently working in University Putra, Malaysia. This is her education. Graduated from UK, bachelor in electronic engineering, and then master in communication and network engineering, and PhD in mobile satellite communication. Again, currently he is a leader of this project and working in a University Putra Malaysia. She has so many awards. I cannot read one by one, but one of them is you can see in the screen. And also she conducts so many research in developing of technology for the forest and land fire prevention and other. Yeah. So this is the brief CV of Prof. Adu. Okay, Prof. Adu will share with us about the sorry.
Okay, just going to share my slides,
Okay.
Prof. Imas.
Yes, the title is NICT and net peat contribution to peatland fire management. Please, Prof. Adu, the screen is yours.
Okay, I hope you can view my screen now. My slides?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So thank you, Prof. Imas, for the nice introduction. I'm honored to be one of the speakers here in this webinar on fire prevention for sustainable peatland management, policy and practice, and to be in the same stage with the other speakers, Prof. Bambang, Prof. Imas, Prof. Lailan. Thank you. It is really an honor. So this is just the content of my presentation. So as what has Prof. Imas highlighted just now, I led the project, but actually the honor goes to the members, the project members. We have here a list of our project members. If you can see here, we have a lot of project members, which is from our recently awarded project called NICT, Networked ASEAN Peatland Forest Communities for Transboundary Haze Alert, funded by APT, Asia Pacific Telecommunity, under the government of Japan. So I would like to take this opportunity to thank our Japanese counterpart as well as Japanese government for the funding. So you can see here, the list is really long, and we have been expanding and extending our project members because we want to get all the relevant stakeholders on board and all the experts to have their expertise shared with others. Okay, so it's all about the transboundary haze, about peatlands forest fires, and how we can improve and complement the existing system, especially on the manual data collection. Yeah, and then it is best if we could promote cost-effective IoT system, because we know that the more sensors that we deploy, the better, the more accurate the prediction or the estimation going to be. But of course, it comes with a price tag. Yeah, it comes with the dollar sign or ringgit sign. So we are trying to promote or to test cost-effective IoT system, and then we want to make sure that the peatland forest is covered in the sense of RF coverage, radio frequency coverage, because this the project that we are coordinating now, NetPeat, is a combination between wireless communications, engineering, computer science, forestry experts, yeah, so meteorological experts. So this is where the multidisciplinary experts come together. And then basically what we are going to do with the collected peatland data. So we all remember this issue in 2019, and we have this alerts, I mean, these reminders of potential haze even now. Yeah, in Malaysia, alhamdulillah, today it's cloudy and yesterday was raining, but in the last few weeks it was quite dry. And then everyone was like on alert for potential haze situation, but alhamdulillah, it doesn't happen yet. So what we have in mind, if we could come up with a prototype or a proof of concepts, if we could connect via the internet, peatland forests in the region. So we chose the 3 peatland forests in ASEAN region, which consists of number 1 in Malaysia, Raja Musa Forest Reserve, number 2 in Jambi, Indonesia, and number 3 in Badas, Brunei. So we have started this project way back in 2018 when it was still funded also by government of Japan through its ASEAN Ego initiative by NICT. So we have this in mind, and then we try to extend it after the project completed. We try to extend it to another aspect, which is on the peatland data analytics as well as on the meteorological aspect. So the project itself, right from NAPC, which started in 2018, until now, it is meant for the IoT-based solution to help monitor the peatland forest. So we have in place already the manual peatland management, the peatland manual collection of peatland data. So we're thinking that what if we can complement them with IoT system? We are not replacing the manual peatland data collection because we still need to verify the data manually. So although we have the IoT system collecting like every 2 minutes or every 10 minutes of groundwater level, for example, but we still need to go there in person to ground truth the data. So it involves both technological aspect as well as the social innovation aspect. So we have been engaging with the relevant stakeholders right from the beginning of the project. And even now, today, we are together with this under this workshop. It is also a social innovation where we can learn from each other. We share our best practices and how we can share our knowledge and expertise. So these are the IoT deployment in the 3 peatland forests of interest. So it's like a proof of concept in the 3 peatland forests in Jambi, Indonesia, which inshallah we're going to visit next week, coordinated by Prof. Lailan and team. So we really look forward to go there. And then in Malaysia, we have Raja Musa Forest Reserve. So this is the deployment. The IoT deployment and the experiments that we did. And this is the one in Badas, Brunei, coordinated by Dr. Vida, which is also one of the speakers in this session. So when we deploy in these 3 peatland forests, we deploy the IoT system to complement the existing manual data collection. So we would like to integrate the peatland data on a common platform. We call it NAPC dashboard. So this is led by our partners, MIMOS as well as USIM. So and previously it was also helped by BPPT in Indonesia. So we would like to get this dashboard that can be shared. Of course, there are level of access, administrative level, how much you can access or what kind of data you can access. But for public, hopefully it can help with this informed decision when potential peatland forest fire could occur. So this is in terms of dashboard, which we come out with under the NAPC project. And then we have all these workshops right during the pandemic, in 2020 and 2021. The NAPC project was from 2018 until 2021. And then remember that we had our pandemic in 2020. So we couldn't meet in person. Before that, we managed to meet in person during the workshops in Malaysia, Brunei, and Indonesia. But in 2021, we couldn't. So we did online workshops. So you can see here right from the beginning, in 2021, Indonesia. Thank you again, Prof. Lailan and team have conducted this online webinars. And then we had in Malaysia, under the NAPC. And then this year, starting from 2022, we have extended the project under NetPeat and the APT. And we have workshops just recently in May, conducted in Brunei. And today we're having it hosted by Indonesia. And also, another one workshop, online workshop, coordinated by Dr. Vida and her team at IPB. So all these workshops, we have learned from each other. Every workshop, we engage with stakeholders, relevant researchers in the area and in the region to share what are the work, what are the initiatives that has been going on or will be implemented in the region. So we have been doing that since 2018, and Alhamdulillah, we think that these workshops has helped a lot of issues, especially Indonesia very well coordinated, very well strategized in terms of peatland management as well as transboundary haze. So other countries like Malaysia and Brunei were learning from you. So I really look forward to this workshop coordinated by Indonesia because I know that all these experts there are really well versed in the areas, the respective areas. So as for Malaysian updates from this project by our Malaysian researchers, we have conducted LoRa optimization for peatland monitoring. Remember when we are talking about cost-effective IoT system, we want to make sure that this system is viable to be deployed in a peatland area, because in Malaysia, the Raja Musa peatland forest is quite remote, in terms of geographical location. So we want to make sure that although, for example, the 4G mobile system probably couldn't get through, but we want to make sure that the data, the IoT data can still be transmitted. So what we did is we used this LoRa wireless technology. It stands for long range communication. So it's called LoRa in short. So we did this optimization. It means that how can we make sure that the whole of Raja Musa Forest Reserve is quite huge. We want to make sure that as much as possible we could cover the respective or the area of interest using this LoRa wireless access technology. So we did that by optimizing the data rate, the spreading factor, and then we managed to connect, to between this sensor node. Sensor node is where the piezometer is. So from the piezometer, we transmit the groundwater level, soil moisture, soil temperature from this ground level to the gateway. And gateway is located here at the tower. Or on top of that, we also have a weather station so that we can correlate the data on the ground to the data from the weather related data. So we have all this gateway, LoRa gateway and the sensor node. So the transmission is using LoRa, but once it reached the gateway, it is pushed to the internet using the normal SIM card, like the normal mobile communication that we have. So we have that, and then we are also trying to integrate with the water pump, if possible, in the very near future, with the water pump, so that there is an alert to the, for example, forest ranger or the stakeholders, so that they can automatically push a button, for example, through Telegram or for example, through Telegram, and then they can use it from the comfort of the office or at their home, before going there in person. So this is what we're trying to do, and you can find our work here documented in the conference, which was published by IPB. So alhamdulillah, this conference, CIIS, was hosted by IPB in 2021. January 2021. So apart from that, we're also looking into the peatland data. We have collected the data since January 2020. So over the years, we have collected the data, and then of course, there are some data that we couldn't use because the data was off, the piezometer was pulled out from the ground, from the soil for whatever reason. So we managed to get a clean data, I mean a reliable set of data, and that we did some machine learning process to estimate, to predict and estimate the groundwater level. So we did that using machine learning by Dr. Liu, we call him JT, Dr. Liu, Dr. Lukman and the team. And you can find our work here published in this conference. And we would like to thank also GEC, Global Environment Center, for giving us this fire risk codes. So from these fire risk codes, we get the thresholds as to how we can code the data from this threshold of fire risk, according to the fire risk here. Okay, so that has been published in an APC project. So now we are in NICT starting from January 2022, and for 11 months until December 2022. It's very tight schedule, but we are excited to complete this project because we see the potential of the peatland data analytics for forest fire estimation, because we know that the large amount of data can now be we can train them, we can train the data so that we can do prediction. As what one of the speakers was mentioning just now, you can predict the data 6 months ahead. So it's really, really remarkable research there. So we are still learning. The Malaysian researchers are still learning. So we are doing that in steps. And we're also looking into the integration with fire danger rating system, and we've been working closely with meteorological department, especially with Puan Nuri. Puan Nuri is here, I suppose. Thank you, Puan Nuri. And then the of course, the final aim is if we could integrate with FDRS. So currently what we are doing is we are looking into how we can correlate the data from the IoT system, and then we want to see is it highly correlated, or is it can be represented or modeled together with fire danger rating system. So this is what we are doing now. And specific to the equipment status, we have deployed the IoT system in 2020. And as the years goes by, and then we have to, recalibrate, we have to repair here and there, the LoRa gateway. So you can see here how we are recalibrating, and also maintaining. So this goes to everything, all electronic system. It goes wear and tear, and then we are planning to add more sensors. We're in the process of adding more sensors there. So previously or currently we have 2. We would like to increase another 2 sensor nodes, meaning that another 2 locations in the area. So we will have, inshallah, 4 sensors. So that we can integrate the Peatland data and to do more accurate estimation of groundwater level and eventually potential forest fires. So this has been going on, Peatland data validation and verification. So it seems like, although we think that we want to estimate, but I think the real challenge or the real chunk, the most chunk of the time is we do for validation and verification. So this is truly a groundwork that we've been doing, and it is needed before we can do estimation. So we've been, alhamdulillah, in NICT project, we have Met Malaysia on board. So we are exploring on the integration of groundwater level to fire weather index. So we are looking on to how we can represent fire weather index, because currently it's like meteorological related, weather related data from temperature, wind speed, relative humidity, and rain. So we are thinking of how we can correlate with groundwater level. So this is still ongoing. We are still discussing every 2 weeks, back and forth. So in other words, if we are thinking that if we could, I also noticed that one of the speakers was also talking about this, the ground related data, if we can integrate with this fire weather index data. So this is what we've been doing specifically on groundwater level versus drought code. And we have validated our IoT data from the IoT, especially on the temperature and the rain, with our system, and the data from the meteorological system, meteorological AWS, automatic weather station. So this is what we've been working closely with Met, as well as from the UPM, MIMOS, USIM researchers, Malaysian researchers, so far. I think that is all. This is some of the scientific contribution that we have. Feel free to download, and we'll have also copyrighted our LoRa and data analytics. Alhamdulillah, this project is well recognized. We have received numerous awards, and we look forward to the awards from Indonesian team. I'm sure Prof. Lailan and Prof. Amalia are just being humble, actually. They have a lot of awards related to the project. So far we have Dr. Vida, which will be one of the speakers here, from UTB Brunei. She has been very active in getting awards from Brunei government as well as from the region. So from Malaysian team, we also have, alhamdulillah, we won silver in the recent MTE 2022, this one, MTE 2022, as well as MTE 2021, and we also receive an international award of merit. So hopefully we can get more awards and more recognition from this project. These are some of the media coverage from this project throughout the years. And then please, if you have the time, you can download our promotional video in YouTube. I think that's all, Prof. Imas. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Prof. Adu. Can you write the link of the YouTube in the
sure.
chat
I will
box?
do that now.
So then the participant can view the very interesting presentation and promotion of this project.
Exactly.
This is the very complete technology Dr. Prof Adu developed not only hardware and also software, yeah, for prediction of forest and land fire. Thank you very much, Prof Adu, for sharing the progress of this project. The next speaker be Asai-san, Nobuyuki Asai. Sorry for misspelling your name, Asai-san.
Yeah,
Are you there,
much.
Asai-san?
Yeah, hello,
Okay.
can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Asai-san is CEO of Radio Affiliates Japan. This is the short CV of Asai-san. Asai-san has a background education from Faculty of Science Department and Mathematics. He is again CEO of the Radio Affiliates Japan. Asai-san will share with us the presentation entitled "The Importance of Linking Technology and Social Innovation." Asai-san, the floor is yours for 10 minutes, yeah. So please, Asai, yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Asai. Asai is spelled is ASAI, quite similar to the Asia. So I decide my nickname as non-Asia Asai. Easy to remember, right? At first, my name is Asia. So my work experience also in ASEAN area, Malaysia, Vietnam, Thailand, and also work in India also. So anyway, my experiences in Asia is quite long. And during the time, I stayed at the NICT. I was former NICT staff. And at that time, I know the Peatland project, and I have deeply relation with this project. And my friend in Malaysia, he want to establish a company, so I established a company in Japan, Radio Affiliate Japan, and our focus is B2C and B2B using internet. And now you can see the bottom. Now research is needed to apply to the society as a solution. So I'm focused onto the R2B, research outcome to business. This is my current mission. At first, this is quite a famous business portfolio. Start from innovator, opinion leader, and early majority. So market become growing up in this portfolio, like this portfolio. And when I was at NICT, I worked together with this Peatland project. I can say that is just an innovator field. And now you have many relationship with stakeholders, so you can get the opinion leader. So it can be a chance to grow up your research outcome to the society. So it is possible to say now we can start for the social demonstration stage together with many stakeholders. So stakeholders support is very important for us. My message is quite not so related to the Peatland. So just my presentation, I'd like to make it brief and short. So I'd like to close my presentation now. But just introduce the Japanese old saying, "Keizoku wa chikara nari." This is direct translation is continuation is power. It is similar to like this English proverb. Anyway, thank you very much for my presentation. That's all.
Thank you very much, as I said, short presentation, but very important how to link the research in the society, because research has to have the impact in the future to the society. So thank you very much for the message, as I said. Ladies and gentlemen, so now we are goes to the third presenter. The third presenter is Dr. Budisusanti Haji Suhaili from UTB Brunei. Dr. Wida. Assalamualaikum, Dokter. Okay. Dr. Wida is from University Technology Brunei. Currently, she is a Deputy Director of Center of Innovative Engineering, UTB. The presentation of Dr. Wida has the title, The Use of IoT on Peatland Monitoring at the Site and Brunei Experience. So Dr. Wida, the screen is yours for 10 minutes, Doctor. Please.
Thank you.
Sorry, Doctor, this is the CV. I'm sorry. Let me read the CV for Dr. Wida, because Dr. Wida also has so many achievements based on his project research. Yeah. Can you, the committee, can you share the CV of Dr. Wida? Yeah. Okay, this is the short CV of Dr. Wida. Dr. Wida graduated from UK since bachelor and master, and also for PhD. PhD just finished from University of Edinburgh in education technology, yeah. And this is her position, assistant professor from UTB, and again deputy director of Center for Innovative Engineering, head of digital and creativity trust leader. She has so many research projects and so many awards, yeah. But so sorry, cannot read one by one. The audience can get her CV, I think, to know more about Dr. Wida. So again, Dr. Wida, you have 10 minutes to share the Brunei experience regarding the conducting of this project. Please, Doctor.
Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Visible now? Anyway, thank you, Prof. Imas, for the kind introduction. So I think it will be coming up soon, inshallah. Is it there already?
Nah, okay. Now okay.
All right.
Yes, please.
Okay. Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera to all di mana saja berada. Semoga senantiasa dalam lindungan Allah. Amin. First and foremost, I would like to thank you, Prof. Lailan, for extending the invitation to allow me to share Brunei's activities, especially on experience for Peatland, regarding Peatland. So let me just share with you the presentation outline. So I'll be talking about the Peatland forest of Brunei in a glance. I'll be sharing to you some of the stakeholders' perspective, because due to this project of Peatland, I've been engaged with quite a number of stakeholders in Brunei itself via the government, also as well as industries. And we'll also look into Brunei's stance on the climate change. And finally, I'll look into the NICT Brunei, which was already explained by Prof. Edu. So Brunei is as you know, is a very small country, but even though it's small, we actually still have 72% of this land covered by forests. And if you look into the map itself, we actually have quite a big chunk of it still under peat swamp forest. So our peat farm is actually, peat swamp forest is actually either Kapur Paya or Badas, which is covered by Sharia albida. And it was in 1995 by Ebert Herb F. Bruni saying that this unique Sharia albida peat swamp forest of Sarawak and Brunei are most probably the most threatened rainforest formation, and it was predicted that it will disappear in a decade. So Alhamdulillah in Brunei is still intact, it's still there, but we lost some, so that's why the conservation is really needed. So as we all know, peatland is actually a good source of carbon, and it was very unfortunate in 2016, we actually have to fly in 2 helicopters, which cost us around 5.6 million to just kill the fire using helicopters. So in the first instance, that is when I completed my PhD in 2015. So the first project that I actually embarked on is basically peatland forest fire. So in 2016, we approached Royal Brunei Fire Rescue to look into, to understand how peatland works. Okay, so we know the outcome of low and high peatland groundwater level issues due to the dry and wet. So the concern is basically on the dry season, on the dry aspect. Because when it's dry, there's low availability of water, and because of it's dry, it was shared by Prof. Bambang just now, that the temperature rises, as well the humidity drops, you know. So these are all the main ingredients for fire to outbreaks. And apparently in Brunei, the main cause of peatland forest fires are basically due to illegal farming. And this is done because of they would like to farm, so they have to burn the area. And sometimes it's because of illegal, they're doing fishing because of their mosquito coil still up fire, and then it causes this fire, and then open burning, and due to the nature is because of the prolonged dry season. So these are basically some of the reasons and the causes of peat fire in Brunei. So I would like to share you what happened in 2016, because the 2016 fire was quite extensive, because it prolonged to up to 98 days for the firefighters to actually start killing the fire. So around 200 firefighters were deployed, and there were 10 sectors which were set up to actually tackle this issue. So this is basically one of the main area, because it's closer to the housing area. So that's why it was a major concern. And as you can see, once the outbreak is happening, it releases quite a big dense cloud of smoke, and that is actually hazardous to our health. So how was the fire suppression methods being done? So some of there are 3 approaches basically that they did. So one is total flooding, and because of the highway and there is no fire extinction, fire hydrants, so they actually need to have an adequate water supplies. So they have to look into where the pools are, so take water from there, and if there's not enough, they can still get assistance from JKR, where water will be sent through this JKR water tank. And then the second suppression method will be water bombing, which is costly, as I mentioned earlier on. And another way is basically by doing making fire breaks in temporary lake or pool, which can actually slow down the spread of fire, which is easily accessible by firefighters, and also minimize the fire damage. But it needs to be done very fast, So, but it does slow down the fire from being spreading. So what are the difficulties that they face? So basically, as mentioned, because of the inadequate water supply, so we have to really link with respective agencies to actually assist. And some of the areas cannot be accessed by the firefighters. So because it's quite deep inside, so it was inaccessible. And then because of the prolonged operation, some of the equipment could actually be broken. And when this is prolonged, as we know, there will be a number of fire incidents happening. So this can actually be quite a daunting process for the firefighters. And to make matters worse is basically in the operation. As you know, all these are ingredients for fire to actually just, be happily spreading itself. And since it is closer to the our highway, which is our serial bypass, the safety of the road use is also at risk. Yeah, and at some point there are also some wild animal attacks. So these are some of the difficulties that they are facing. So their recommendation is basically coordinating with relevant agencies. So they communicated to the nearby population, working closely with the village communities, increasing more public awareness, putting a lot of signs, and continuous patrolling. And this has been done since 2016. And due to the extensive reaching out to the respective agencies then also come up with doing their own stuff. So the yellow polygon or yellow dots basically marks where the fire events are. So during that time in 2016, we actually started looking into it. So we actually tried to come up with a solution. So we presented a paper towards development of peatland fire prevention system for Brunei, where we do not try to kill the fire, but instead we need to make sure that it's always wet. So that's our main focus, basically to ensure that the area is always wet. So we would like to know more about peatland. So since this contact was not even in our knowledge in the first place, so we approached Heart of Borneo, because Heart of Borneo is basically the key organization that governs our peatland in Brunei. Yeah, so basically we have this one organization in Brunei that does this, which is under Forestry Department. So under this Forestry Department, we have a number of forest law, forest policies. So there's laws that governs Forest Act, as well as to protect our wildlife, flora and fauna, as well as recently we have our Brunei Darussalam National Climate Policy, BNCCP. All of these are basically to improve the understandings of the importance of forests via socio-economic as well as environment through the scientific research. So I'll be sharing with you some of the what everyone have done, every organization, be it academic, be it industries. So I'll be sharing the Brunei's perspective. So through this understanding, we're able to stop, to stop logging from happening, especially around the peat swamp forest, because of this awareness that has been spreading around, as well as the development of viable restoration rehabilitation methodologies, which actually have shown higher success rate. And again, the public awareness, not just through the government agencies, but also the academicians are also helping out in ensuring that there is awareness on these issues. So the tree planting is taken care by UBD as well as the Forestry Department. So they've been really involved with this. Unfortunately, due to COVID, one of those activities was actually halted, but it doesn't stop them from doing it. So it still proceeds, although the saplings are already quite tall, but it's still surviving. And this is monitored by UBD. So these are some of the scientific research initiatives done in our peatland swamp forest. Yeah, so we have SMART looking into understanding the carbon sequestration, and then the biodiversity action plan, where they're involved in the canal blocking, where the hydrological restoration is being done, while UBD is looking into the butter tree planting, while SMART is again looking to not just carbon, but also what's the impact of this hydrology action. And while us in UTB, we're looking into social innovation as well as creating awareness on IoT. So the Brunei Shell joint venture, because the area that we are looking into, especially Batas, is where our pipeline for our BLNG is. So there's a high risk that we actually need to protect that area. Yeah, so they've been developing a lot of action plans, especially on restoring these degraded areas. So a lot of canal blocking was actually introduced, and this has really improved, helped raise the water table in the area. With respect to SMART as well as UBD, they're more looking into the conservation as well as the after effect of all these actions. So from SMART, they actually look into the ecosystem process on the peatland carbon balance, which was presented recently in our sharing session, which is webinar done in March. So what happened was basically they're looking into monitoring how the impact of this canal extend towards the forest, because of the degradation that cuts through this dome. It actually where the concentration is basically closer to where the canals was, where all this are being erected. So they're looking into how the forest cover has been retreated from the canal. So this has been shared in a paper, so you can actually access this paper from this as shown here. So they actually transect a diagonal parallel. So they actually planted a number of water well, deeper. So they actually, water loggers actually measuring the water level within this respective points as shown in this picture. So they found out that through Landsat imagery as well as from the data collected, there's a recurring progressive forest loss due to the near closer to the canal where fire keep on happening. And they mentioned that this area, the fire keep on burning at least 5 times now. So that's why there's a big a lot of patrolling activities are being done currently within this area. Yeah. And we can actually see some subsidence because, as I mentioned, that the water pipeline gets pushing from the Blight River to BLNG. So we can actually see that it's being, close, lower and lower. So most of this concrete are now being replaced by metal because of the subsidence happening. Yeah. Again, not just the deep well, they also created community tree planting. So with the help of SMART as well as UBD, so these are UBD's action where they plant quite a number of tree species. Okay, the principal investigator is Dr. Rohai Sukri. So she actually experimented on quite a number of not as an invasive species, so it actually to allow the conservation being done around this area. Yeah. So Shukr Alhamdulillah, despite COVID, the trees are still up. And due to all these activities, these are the data shared by the Brunei Royal Fire Rescue, stating that it has reduced to 15% now. The stated 2021 August, there's only 15% of fire calls around this area. So Shukr Alhamdulillah, all this action has actually produced some fruitful, necessary results. Yeah. So from the perspective of UTB, okay, we've been involved since 2016, as I mentioned, up to now. So basically the mark of all this was actually through the NIPC, because they provided the funding. And the collaboration between Malaysia as well as Indonesia has actually raised the call for active adoption of technology within this area. So we were able to share, we were able to engage all these respective stakeholders in a session where we share what we have, so we learn from each other how Brunei is being, how peatland in Brunei is being looked at, So we tried to look into, we visited the area, okay, during that time there was no COVID yet, so we were freely, without masks going there. So we are looking into how the hydrology is being done, so to look into where possible, we need to plant our sensors, etc. And because this sensors relies on LoRa, as mentioned by Prof. Adu just now, it still need a SIM card for it to pass the data. So it have to be closer to the roadside, So that's why we no longer go more inward. And furthermore, from the finding that we've seen, the fire does not happen towards the inlet, because the inlet is more closer to the river. So it's actually more closer to the roadside. But that's what's happening. So through the engagement of because of the awareness, the industries are now willingly to be able to come into the picture as well. So we have AI signing with AITI, we have industries from DST, supporting us with internet connectivity free of charge, and then we have LoRa, where the gateway knowledge transfer is being done by Onion. So these are some of the respective collaborators that we are now still having, still pushing through because of the NetPeat. So we're still having them in the picture to assist us in this respective part of the bit and pieces of the project itself. Okay. So from the students, because for us in academic, the students are basically our Jentera Penggerak, So we have them as our backbone. So we introduce them, we show them because of their passion as well. We're able to erect, we're able to learn and understand and erect our solution. So eventually we managed to secure, because of the linkaging, the institute was not part of Libelium, so we have to integrate them. So we have a number of, it's a good opportunity for us as well, so that the student actually see how it is in place, all this connectivity of different parts of the shelf solution, and we need to put them together in order for us to come up with a viable solution to be used. So this was presented in a conference paper in ICOSICA, which was actually IPB, from IPB. And then to another students, which is from my supervision, we actually then, after complete the integration, we now have to embark and put the solution into the site. So this was the first time we actually embarked on a real site deployment, and we're able to create a prototype of our web app as well as our web base, mobile app as well as the web base. So this, so there still need to work to be done, because we, as you know, with the equipment, we face issues of the solar panels and all those things. So we need to actually address this one at a time as well. And due to the data being collected every 10 minutes interval, we need to ensure that we have a storage. So these are all being chased after for this NetPeat project, because we need to have a big storage system to actually allow us to store this data. But before that, we actually started to deploy in UTB for in-house testing, and we're able to deploy as I mentioned, the main in the control site, So this is basically how we actually deployed. We deployed the gateway on top of Masutra building, which is the highest point around that area. And we deploy our sensor node, which we call the control node at location number 4. So we shared our findings. We also invited our collaborators to talk, and we shared the information, through our stakeholders, and as well as as academia, we like to be publicized as well. So we put it into a publication mode, yeah. And so basically that's what NIPC have done so far. The contribution to NIPC. But because of, I will to share some of the climate change in Brunei, what are we looking into as well. So we look into how do we mitigate this impact, yeah? So we have come up, our stand for forest and biodiversity is basically we took a conservative approach. We want to conserve it more, yeah? So we have all the sectors are welcome actually to be involved in helping out. Because what Brunei aim is basically we like to have a sustainable forest management with permanent forest reserve for 55% of the land area. So as mentioned earlier on, we have 78, but we would like to make sure that 55% of our land area is still conserved. Yeah, so we have a big plan. So 68.2 million was actually reserved to ensure that we can adapt and mitigate the climate change, not just for forest fire, but also for all of the other disasters which Brunei might face. Yeah, and the policy in number 2, item number 2 is where the forest cover is, where it is the whole nation approach, where they're looking to, if you cut one, the policy is to plant 4. Yeah, so we need to ensure that we keep that 55%. Yeah. So that's our long-term commitment, where this is our aspiration towards Brunei Vision 2035, to ensure that we also incorporate the goals of SDG 2030 and to comply with the climate change initiative, yeah? To ensure that our endangered species are being conserved at the same time. So through research as well as through our awareness sessions that we have. So the next session we have was recently in May, as mentioned by Prof. Adu. So we shared this information. We actually go to the site, we learn how it was done by our firefighters, how it was done by our meteorology, because these are the 2 main stakeholders, which is now officially within our team. So shukr alhamdulillah, hopefully we'll be able to meet you guys in the coming next week. We'll be flying off this Sunday. So our way forward is basically to implement, to incorporate this into our Brunei Weeks. So we have our own app where Brunei Meteorology share our Brunei weather information through Brunei Weeks. So we would like to actually add on to this information to be shared to the public. And then for our prevention, for our Brunei Forest Fire Rescue Department, we would like to create something similar to what Prof. Imas is doing. So we're looking to trying to come up with an early monitoring system, yeah, not through the Brunei WX, but also this will also be used by the Brunei Fire Rescue Department, inshallah. Yeah, and we will also have our data analytic because one of our members is looking into that as well. So yeah, basically that's our from Brunei perspective. So I thank you all for your time, and although it's lunchtime, thank you for bearing with me. So I'll push it back to you, Prof. Imas. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Adu, Dr. Vida, for a very nice presentation. So IoT and also LoRa technology is very potential to be implemented in Brunei. Also, we will start to also implement this technology in Indonesia, Dr. Vida. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, so we will have a session for question and answer. I see some question already delivered by the participant in the chat box. So let me read. The first question is from Professor or Dr. Dayak from UPM. The question is for Prof. Adu about the My Cuaca apps, Prof. Adu. It is update daily, and we'll download it about the My Cuaca apps, Prof. Adu. And the next question also for Prof. Adu from Dr. Nuri from NICT Malaysia. Is there a plan to include Northern Asian countries such as Thailand and other countries in the future project. Thailand also, they have the same project, yeah, Prof. Abdu, especially from Kasselstrat University. One of the professor has the same interest with us, yeah, for developing the Peatland fire risk prediction. So please, Prof. Adu,
thank you.
questions for you. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof. Imas. Actually, the first question, Panuri can answer that. But anyway, so My Cuaca app is owned by Meteorological Department, Malaysia, Met Malaysia, and it is updated daily. So the challenge from our part, from NICT part, is how we can correlate the data from the IoT system with the data that is owned by Met Malaysia. So, for example, the rain precipitation is updated or average for 24-hour duration. Accumulated over a 24-hour duration. So it's from, for example, 12 midnight until 12 midnight the next day. So what we have to do from IoT point of view, from the IoT data point of view, is we have to do the same thing, because otherwise how can we correlate between the two, right? So the same thing with FDRS as well as My Cuaca. What we did is, because IoT system, we can have as frequently collected data as possible every 2 minutes or every 10 minutes, whichever configuration that we have, depending on the bandwidth. So far, the highest resolution is every 2 minutes. So, but we still have to correlate and follow the template or the frequency update by Meteorological Department. So in this case, My Cuaca application. So that's my answer. It is updated daily, but probably Puan Nuri can answer that more precisely. As for the second question from Puan Nuri herself, plan to include Northern ASEAN, as what Prof. Imas was highlighting just now, Kasselstrat University, it will be very interesting if we could have more ASEAN countries to be on board, and also Thailand. Yeah, so hopefully we can continue this collaboration with other grants, other funding available. Of course, we can include other neighboring countries, Thailand and the Philippines, for example. Yes, inshallah. By the way, Puan Nuri, would you like to answer on My Cuaca app? I think Puan Nuri is still around. If not, then that's all, Prof. Imas. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Puan Nuri. Are you still joining with us?
Yeah, Puan Nuri is here.
Yes, please, Puan Nuri, can you share your opinion about the first question about My Cuaca apps? Please, Puan.
I think Puan Nuri has some issues, about the microphone. Yeah, I think it's okay. Maybe Puan Nuri can answer on the chat box, Prof. Imas?
Yeah, can answer using the chat box, Puan Nuri. Yeah, I think we'll be okay.
Thank you, Puan Nuri and Prof. Imas.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Adu, for the answer. Yeah. Okay, Puan Nuri will write the answer. Thank you very much. Okay, the next question. Is there any question from the audience, from the committee? Okay, I think one question for Dr. Vida, This is from Dr. or Prof. Dayang. The question is, I have a question on how fishing contribute to the peatland fire, Dr. Vida. Is there any evidence or previous cases related to the fishing as the source of fire? It's very interesting question. Please, Dr. Vida.
Thank you, Prof. Imas. Thank you, Puan Dayang from EPM for the question. In the first place, we also were shocked actually. How come fishing can actually contribute to peatland fire? Apparently, because of the canal blocking. Because of the canal blocking, it introduces like a pool. So there's actually fish around that area. Okay, so when people fish around that area, because of nyamuk, mosquitoes, they actually burn mosquito coil. Yeah, and some of them, because of they don't burn mosquito coil, they actually smoke the cigarettes, the cigarette butts. So these are sometimes basically still on fire. It's still the it's still lit. That's why. So when they left the area, but then they still can actually cause the area to start, fire. So that's one of the reasons. And actually there's some evidence to show that there is sometimes there is the cigarette, but not just that, it's because of the mosquito coil as well. So yes, there are evidence to say that it is true. I hope that answers your question, Pandayang. Back to you, Prof. Isma from IMAS.
Thank you, Dr. Wida. Pandayang, she's student, Dr. Wida. From UPM, yeah. Okay. Dr. Wida, I have a question for you,
Prof. Imas, we couldn't hear you.
Yeah, your voice is quite distant now, Prof. Imas.
Okay. So
okay,
how about
clear now?
Is it okay?
Yeah, clear now.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Wida, I have a question about the location of IoT equipment. So do you have any study to determine the optimal location to install the IoT equipment, Dr. Wida?
Yes, so that actually is the same question that I asked for our very first speaker today. So I'm actually still trying to find out how best to actually mention that, okay, the distance between one position to another position is this. But from our perspective, the reason why we actually identified the 4 location early on was because our peatland is basically separated due to the serial bypass. Yeah, so we have one area closer to the housing area, and the other one is basically closer to the Blight River. So that's why there's 2 on the one side and the other 2 is on the other side. And then because of the fire keep on happening around the control, the control area, because of there's the whenever they created a road, they need to create a canal. And because of this canal, the water tend to flow out. So the subsidence is actually seen. So, and then that area is basically dry. So because there is a prolonged dry area, that's the reason why there is a fire outbreak there. So one of the reasons was basically to ensure that the prone areas we actually planted there. And so because with NFPC, with the budget given, we are able to buy 3. So, but we already planted 1. So the next one is to plant 2 more. So this was actually our decision to plant it. And we need to actually engage with our respective collaborators because in 2 of the location is basically governed by another stakeholder. So we have to actually engage land department to identify whether that area is suitable to be planted or not, because they might have some plan to to modernize that area kinda. So because of the engagement with these respective agencies, which is the land department, we are able to identify, okay, they said this area is safe, there is no plan to do any modernization or anything, so we can actually do it there. So we have erected our cage. We have put get a gate, a square gate, so we can actually protect our equipment. So that's the plan is now to actually plant our second solution there. Yeah, so I hope that answered the question.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Wida, because the environment is very dynamic. Yeah.
Exactly,
and also we
exactly.
need to think, different by time. So it is very important issue how to determine the correct location for the IoT.
True, because I don't
and
think
also the accessibility.
Exactly, because just one indicator will not be sufficient to actually to see whether the whole stretch is covered by this indicator or not. Yeah, I do agree. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Wida. Asai-san, I have one question for you, Asai-san. Can you hear my voice, Asai-san?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes. Okay, Asai-san, in my opinion, it's very important to link the researcher and the society. Because we need to answer the real problem in the society. Yeah, our research should have the positive impact to the society. So based on your experience, as I said, what is the challenge? Yeah, in linking we are the researcher in the higher institution, higher education researcher to the society. Based on experience, please share, as I said.
Yeah, there are so many factors, but I think like this, your activity together with the stakeholder, this approach is quite a nice approach, and you can listen the stakeholders' opinion or expectation. And also stakeholders also can know what you are doing. So such a case, your collaboration, communication become a very big impact to the society. I'm expecting such an approach, and also it is if what I can do, I try to find some Japanese fund and introduce to you. That is also my one of my mission, I think. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Achai-san. So then, hopefully our research not only produce the publication, but also the innovation, yeah, to answer the problem in the society. Thank you very much, Achai-san. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think this is the end of our session, the third session. I have very interesting. We have a very interesting share from 3 resource person in this session. This is the resume or not for me from Dr. Wida and Prof. Adu and Achai-san. The first one is about the cost efficient and accurate technology is very essential to develop the forest and land fire prediction model, especially in the peatland area, in order to minimize the negative impact of forest and land fire. This is one of the points that I get from the Prof. Aduwati sharing this morning. And then from Achai-san is very interesting how research can provide a positive impact to the society. So then we need to involve the community and the stakeholder to answer the real problem. They should join with us to formulate the problem in the answer to the problem in the society. And then the last one from Dr. Wida, it is very interesting technologies. I think this is the very potential technology currently, IoT and LoRa in developing the peatland fire risk prediction model. So hopefully this technology can reduce the issue and difficulties during the fire prevention operation, such as attack from the wild animal and so on and so on. Hopefully this technology can provide the efficient and effective solution for this kind of issue. So the forest and land fire management will run effectively in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Brunei, and also Malaysia. Thank you very much, everyone, for this session. And again, thank you very much, Prof. Aduwati, Achai-san, and Dr. Wida. We will meet very soon, yeah.
Yes, next week, inshallah.
So please, the audience, give big applause to our research person this afternoon. Thank you very much. So now I end this session and I return the screen to the MC, Miss Fenda. Thank you very much, Miss Fenda.
Thank you, Prof. Imas.
Thank you, Prof. Imas.
Thank you, Professor Imas and all speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now completed half of our session for today, and we will have a 1-hour break from 12:30 to 13:30. Happy lunch, everyone. We will be back in 1 hour. Thank you. Peatland Management Policy and Practices. We will now enter sharing session 3, titled Technology Approach in Fire Prevention, Application Development and Field Implementation. In this session, our moderator will be Dr. Erianto Indraputra, but before that, I would like to read Dr. Erianto's CV. Dr. Erianto Indraputra is the Secretary of Department of Agriculture, Faculty of Forestry, IPB University. Dr. Erianto is also a part of RFMRC Southeast Asia. Dr. Erianto had his PhD in peat fire at Hokkaido University. His master degree is in forest science and his bachelor degree is in forest management. Dr. Erianto had his postdoctoral at University of Maryland Center for Environment Studies and also at Geospatial Sciences Center of Excellence, South Dakota State University. Dr. Erianto has conducted various researches with various collaborators. Dr. Erianto, please, the floor is yours.
Okay, sorry for the technical issues. So my voice is quite clear for you all? Yeah? Yes. Okay, thank you so much. So, I will begin. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon for all of you in Indonesia and Malaysia, and good evening for all of you in Japan and surrounding. So my name is Indra, and it's my great pleasure to be a chair for this great session. So we're approaching the sharing session 3. This is entitled Technology Approach in Fire Prevention, Application Development, and Field Implementation. So we'll have 3 great speakers here. Professor Dr. Imas Sukasi Sitanggang. She's the head of postgraduate study program from Computer Science IPB University. Pak Ferdian Krisnanto, the head of Sumatera Region of Climate Change and Forest Fire Control Unit, and Pak Asmadi Saad from Faculty of Agriculture, Jammu University. So Bu Imas, Pak Ferdinand, and Pak Asmadi, are you here already in the Zoom? Okay. Okay, thank you. So we'll have 3 speakers and also the 3 presentation. So each of the presentation will be had for around 15 minutes. And after all of the speakers, we'll have a question and answer session for around 10 minutes. And you may want to write your question in the chat box if you want to ask, and please provide your name and also provide for whom your question to. Okay, so the first speaker will be Bu Imas, Profesor Dr. Imas Sukasi Sitanggang. Bu Imas, Bu Imas Sukasi Sitanggang is the head of Computer Science Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Sciences, IPB University. So he had her doctoral degree from Computer Science, University of Putra, Malaysia. And is in my record, she already received so much awards, more than 10, I think. So, and also quite a number of research, mainly in the spatial temporal prediction model and for the haze simulation. So, Bu Imas will present his title for the SIPP Kahutla application for fire prevention patrols. Bu Imas, time is yours for 50 minutes.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and good evening for everyone. Thank you so much, Pak Erianto Putra, for the introduction. So now I will share my slide presentation. Okay, so can you see my slide, Pak Erianto?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. So everyone, so I'm going to share about the application for forest and land fire prevention in Indonesia. We name it SIPP Kahutla in bahasa Sistem Informasi Patroli Pencegahan Kebakaran Hutan dan Lahan. This is the collaboration work between IPB University and Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and also funded by DPP, Ministry of Finance and ITTO, International Timber Organization, Japan. This is the main module or main system in the application. Our application has three main module. The first one is the mobile application. This is the mobile application. We use the mobile application for recording the data from land. The user of the system is Forest and Land Fire Prevention Patrol Team in Sumatra and Kalimantan. And then the second module is the Spatial Database Management System. Here we manage so many parameters from the field during the forest and land fire patrol. There are 79 parameters regarding the general data about the environment and also the land and ground patrol, and many parameters regarding the observation. And then the third module is the web-based application. We develop the geographical information system. The main function is for managing and monitoring and also reporting the forest and land fire prevention patrol. The user of this application is the managerial level, started from regional operation in Sumatra and Kalimantan, administrator and head of the organization, and also the other user is administrator and head of the climate change and forest and land fire control, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and the user from the ministry, especially in the administrator of the director of forest and land fire control in Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So this is the three main module in our system. Again, the mobile application is for recording the data, and another two module is to manage the data collected from the field. This is the timeline of the development of this system. We started to develop the application in 2019. We collaborate with Pak Ferdi Ansa, the next speaker in this session. Pak Ferdi is the head of the Center for the Climate Change and Forest and Land Fire Control in Sumatra region. We do initiation for development this application by capturing the needs from the patrol team in three provinces, in Jambi, Riau, and also South Sumatra. And then after that, in 2020, we start develop the application based on the user need we capture in 2019. So during the COVID-19, we developed the application and we do some testing with the user, including the patrol team and also administrator in the operational region in Sumatra area. In 2020, application is started used by the patrol team to support their work, and then the development is continue in 2021. In 2021, we also introduced the application to the Kalimantan region. So starting from that, we again revised the application to adopt and to accommodate the user need from Kalimantan area. The use of this application is already regulated in the regulation of Director General of Climate Change and Control, Ministry of Environment and Forestry in 2020 regarding the procedure for the using of the application. The development is still continue till now. Now we introduce the application to other area in Sulawesi, Java, Bali, Nusa Tenggara, and Maluku, and also Papua region. So now the user also come from this region, and we again capture the need from the user from Sulawesi. So as we know, when we develop the application, it's like a cycle process. Yeah, we release the product to the user, then we get the input and feedback, and we also do the improvement from the application. This is the main features of the mobile application. So the first one is user friendly because the user is a patrol team. They have different level of the computer literacy. So we developed the application so easy to use by the user. And then the application is manage so many parameters from the field, but again, it's not difficult to use. Even though 79 parameters should be recorded from the field, but the user is not get difficulties in using this application. We also implement the API to retrieve some data automatically, including the location and also weather data, so that the user no need to input manually. Just get from the API, so then they have the data on their location and also the temperature, precipitation, and so on. We also design the application can be worked in the area with and without internet connection, because as we know that the patrol, forest and land fire patrol should be in the area with the low internet connection, and even though no internet connection, so we designed the application to work in this kind of area. We integrate the application with the Sipongi. Sipongi already mentioned by Dr. Israr in the morning session. So from the application, user can also see the distribution of the hotspot through the mobile application. And we also complete the application with the dictionary of the all terms regarding the forest and land fire patrol. We refer to some regulation from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. This is some interface of the application. This is the data we collect in the application. In general data, we have a category of the patrol. There are three categories: independent, routine, and also integrated. And then daily activities, and also the member who conduct the patrol, and the inventory, and then satellite of hotspot, and some documentation, photo, and so on. And this is the data, land or ground data. We collect so many parameters here: location, and also weather condition, yeah, humidity, wind speed, and so on, and also some indicator for forest and land fire risk. We manage some observation data, including the test result from leaf, for example, water source condition, and then vegetation condition, soil condition. This is socialization to the community, coordination with stakeholder, and so on. And also, this one, suppression, fire suppression during the patrol, and also the ground check. And about the web-based application has some menus. The first one is the home to monitor the patrol activities, conducted by the team from the field. This is the interface. And then we have the patrol menu to get the distribution of the patrol and also the reporting and user management. Through this application, the administration can manage the user of mobile application and also web-based application. And we also integrate the application with hotspot from Sipongi. And here is the spatial data analysis. We developed the module of GIS to do the spatial analysis in the system. And this is the additional menu about the system, and also the feature for the user to change their password and so on. This is the main feature of the web application. Again, the first one, the system can be used to real-time monitoring of the patrol activity in prone area. This is the pin of the patrol location, that can monitor by the managerial level in the ops operational region to the Ministry of Environment. And then again, we connect to the Sipongi Plus. We also develop the spatial database management system to manage all parameters collected from the field and also the documentation, all documentation. And then we implement the role management of the user, because we have some level of the user in the application. They have their own restriction to access of the system. So for example, the user from the Sumatra, they can only get the detailed information about the patrol in Sumatra only. But for the user from the Ministry of Environment, they can get all the data in the whole Indonesia, Sumatra, and Kalimantan. We provide reporting in the PDF and spreadsheet format, so that can be used easily by the user for further analysis. And this is the GIS module. Here, user can see the distribution of the all parameter that collected from the field, and also to do the spatial analysis using the distant operation, for example. Okay, this is the interface of the web-based application. This is the data from 15 July. We have some activities of the patrol. For the independent patrol, there are 33 patrol activities in 15 July, 2 days ago. And then for the integrated patrol, there are 45 patrol activity. As you can see now, the application also used in Sulawesi. Jadi not only Sumatra, we can see here Sumatra. This is Kalimantan. Now also application is used in the Sulawesi area. Several days ago, I also see that the application was used by patrol team in Java region. This is the menu in the spatial data analysis. We can see here, this is the patrol activity that already conducted using this application since 2020 until now, 2022. This is the legend. The green one is integrated patrol. The blue one is independent, and the pink one is the routine patrol. As you can see again here, Sulawesi now already started using this application to support their work. In the application, we also can do some analysis. For example, here is the layer for the soil type. We only view the peatland type only, and then we overlay with the hotspot from the Sipongi. So this kind of the analysis can be done by the user using this application. We get some opinion from the user. Yeah, so we do some survey to the user, and we also analyze the data, the use of the application. This is the profile patrol activity in Sumatra in 2001 using the application. The most user come from South Sumatra. Yeah. This is South Sumatra. 37%. The user is come from South Sumatra. Yeah. And then the second one is from Jambi. Yeah, this is Jambi. 27% the user come from Jambi, and other province in Sumatra. The third one is Riau province. Yeah, because we started develop the application start from these three provinces, so they are currently frequently used, yeah, the application to support their work. This is the distribution of the patrol activity using the application in each province. Yeah, the highest one is routine patrol activity and also independent patrol activity. Yeah, this is the number in the province in 2019. So this the illustration of their activity. They go to the stakeholder, for example, to the village office, yeah, and they do collaboration with the army and police, yeah, to do patrol activity. They check the vegetation, and then also they see the condition of the water source. They go to the village community to do socialization and so on. All this activity is recorded by the mobile application. This is the opinion from the user for mobile application. We do survey in this year, yeah, started from April to May. We get this data. Our respondent is patrol team in Sumatra and Kalimantan. So we have this kind of data. We ask to them about the how much time they need to record the field data before and after using the application. We get these figures. Before they use the mobile application, they need about 30 minutes, yeah, for one record, yeah, for one report. After using the application, the time is reduced to 19, yeah, 19 point something. So we have reduction about 36%, yeah, for recording the field data. And we ask also about the how many time to generate the report, yeah. The report before using the application, they need about 45 minutes, yeah, to prepare the report, yeah, for patrol. And after using the application, they need about 26 minutes. So we have reduction about 40%, yeah, of the application. We also ask the opinion from the administrator. In the previous slide, the respondent is a patrol team. In this slide, the respondent is the administrator who use the the web-based application. So we have this kind of data. We ask about the how much time they need to spend for preparing a report, yeah, forest and land fire patrol report. Before using the web-based application, they need about 31 minutes, yeah. But after using the application, they need only about 13 minutes, yeah. So we calculate there is a reduction, yeah, about 56%, yeah, in terms of time need for preparing the application. So this is opinion from them what is the benefit of using the application. Some of them say that the application has provided better management of the data and also report. They also say that the application save their time and energy, yeah, and also faster in report generating and easy to be used. Yeah, so this is opinion from the user from Sumatra and Kalimantan. This is the documentation. Yeah, when we do the socialization and also testing and evaluating, yeah, the use of the application. This is some publication of the system. We also we already published the manual for parameter measurement. Yeah, so here is the book that explain the how to measure each parameter in the patrol mobile application. We already published it, and as Dr. Israr mentioned in this morning, the application was officially launched, yeah, by the rector IPB and also by the director from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry in 29 June, yeah, last month. So this is some achievement, yeah. Our system is considered as one of the innovation, yeah, in Indonesia. 113 innovation of Indonesia in 2020, and also we get recognition, yeah, from the coordinator minister from political, legal, and security affairs Indonesia. This is some documentation when we go to the stakeholder and the user, yeah, during the system development in Sumatra and Kalimantan. This is Pak Ferdi, yeah, will be the next speaker after me, Pak Ferdi. And here is Bapak Joni as the head of center PPI KHL in Kalimantan. Yeah. I thank to their support, yeah, during the development and implementation of the system. I think that's all, Pak Erianto, my sharing about the SIPP Karhutla Sistem Informasi Patroli Pencegahan Karhutla or Smart Patrol Information System. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for your great sharing on the introduction and implementation of this newly introducing the forest and land fires prevention part information system that should be greatly support the patrol activity in Indonesia. So we'll hear about the challenges of using this kind of patrol information system in the field. So we are welcome the head of the Sumatra region of climate change and forest fire control unit, Pak Ferdi. Pak Ferdian Krisnanto, are you there?
Iya, Pak.
Selamat siang, Pak Ferdi.
Selamat siang.
Aduh, nggak kedengeran. Sebentar.
Halo.
Sorry, so you will present the your slides in Bahasa or in English, Pak Ferdi?
Maybe in English, Pak.
In English?
Yeah.
Okay, okay, nice. Love it. Okay, Pak Ferdi is becoming the head of Sumatra region of climate change forest fire. So he was gained his bachelor degree in Gajah Mada University and his master degree in APB University. So time is yours, Pak Ferdi. You have 15 minutes to present your slides.
Thank you for the time, Pak Indra is my colleagues in IPP. I will continue the presentation from Professor Imas as a leader of researcher who developed this reporting system. I will make short and quick presentation. Maybe the application that we use every day in Manggala Agni as a forest and land fire brigade activities in the field. Maybe can you help us for the presentation? Yeah. Thank you very much. This application is collaboration between the Ministry of Environment and Forestry and IPB University, supported by LPDP and ITTO. Next. Next slide, please. From the beginning, I will remind you how bad the condition that happened in forest and land fire disaster period in 2015 and 2019. We can see again how the smoke produced from forest and land fire in Sumatra, especially in Sumatra, affect people's health, cause economic loss, and cause great impact on our biodiversity. This condition have gradually decreased in recent years, and we have learned a lot from previous failure in controlling forest and land fire problems. Next slide, please. This slide is the graphic. We can see the condition of forest and land fire in Sumatra. There is a decrease if we compare in 2020, 2015 to 21, we can see how the decrease and decline significant, and we believe that the decline is not only due better weather condition, but also this is contribution of the new paradigm and system improvement in forest and land fire management. The improvement effort is not carried out by not only from Ministry of Forestry, but also supported by many stakeholders, such as BNPB as a disaster management bodies, mangrove and peatland restoration unit, also BRIN and meteorological and climatological bodies, the army, police, local government, private sector, also academici, and of course, community. Next. This is our condition in July, 18 July. We usually do daily monitoring. FDRS from Indonesia Meteorological and Climatological Agency. And the hotspot we monitor from Sipongi, and this one on the right one, the position of patrol team. This is from SEPP application web. On 18 July, we assigned 35 integrated patrol teams to anticipate forest and land fire in Sumatra. You can see in the FFMC map, so the red one, and Sipongi also show many of hotspots detected in Sumatra region. That means almost all of Sumatra is fire-prone condition. To respond to this condition, we operate integrated patrol spread from North Sumatra, Riau, Riau Island, Jambi, South Sumatra, and Bangka Belitung. From this picture too, it also shows how we make daily monitoring system of the patrol team and how we place it to follow up the existing fire-prone analysis. Next. In 2016, we started new patrol system called integrated patrol. Involve Manggala Agni, we are Manggala Agni Forest and Land Fire Brigade, the Army, police, and fire care communities. The team carry out monitoring activities for fire-prone village, ground check hotspot, and take action to early suppression. From the implementation of daily monitoring, the team checked the condition of water level in the peatland, FDRS testing in the field, and checking vegetation condition and others. And the team will make a daily report, and it sent in the beginning, we just send it by WhatsApp and by sending Excel files and photos for documentation. Report the carried from the fields, Manggalarni office, and must arrive in command center in Jakarta and the same day. You can imagine how difficult it is to compile the data, field report, and have to send every day in the same day. In 2019, IPB University submit a cooperation plan to assist the Ministry of Environment and Forestry in preventing forest and land fire through develop a new application, web-based and Android-based for us. The first version, the application test in Sumatra region, and continues to be developed for the last 2 years. Difficulty experienced by the development team, we started and difficulties in COVID pandemic. So we must learn from IPB University Bogor to all Manggalarni station by online. You can imagine the difficulties of this capacity building process. The changing process of the work system is certainly not easy. We must learn it from zero to use the application using a mobile phone. In this first version, there is also difficulties because of fire-prone areas. Most of fire-prone areas, there was no internet signal. But over time, day after day, the difficulties can be corrected and improvement. We have improvement. Currently, we are used to using the application with 79 parameters that must be measured in the field and reporting them daily to command center in Jakarta without any significant problems anymore. Next. This image shows how integrated patrol team work in the field. The team monitor field condition, conduct audits to the community, and to the end of the activity, the team will report the result, this daily activities through application that has been installed on the team leader's cell phone. Next. This image above show a visual mobile application, and the one below is IPB web-based application. Now, in the web version, improve with the analysis, like Professor Imas told, analysis of the result of the patrol. They are useful for us to determine strategy and policy making in Ministry of Forestry. Of course, this reporting system will continue to develop according the needs of from the field, and collaboration with researcher will be grateful help us in the field. Maybe it is in the last slide. That next. The slide is our short presentation, and thank you very much for your attention. Mr. Indra, time is yours, please. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Ferdi. So, Pak Ferdi and I sometimes work together, Pak Ferdi, in maybe 3 or 4 years ago in defining the criteria indicators for the fire management. So, thank you for your great presentation, Pak Ferdi. So, we already hear the history of the this kind of new patrol information system, and how is the difficulties and challenges in using this patrol information system in the field. but I know that you will have a lot of questions for the presenters, but please hold on your question. We will welcoming Pak Asmadi Saad. Pak Asmadi Saad, are you here, Pak Asmadi? Okay, love it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. I always love your style, Pak Asmadi.
Yeah.
What kind is that? That is a hat, or maybe you can introduce the name of your. What is the name? The name of that is Belangkon or?
Belacak.
Belacak. It's a belacak. Okay. Maybe you can introduce to our friends from Laos, Malaysia, and also from Japan. Yeah. We have diversity in the hat also, yeah. Not also in culture, but also in the hat. Okay, Basmandi is my best friend from Jambi. So actually, he is now this assistant professor in the Department of Agrobiotechnology, Faculty of Agriculture, University of Jambi. So his main field in this soil science. So we have working together with Basmadi since 10 years ago, ya Basmadi, ya.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, Basmadi will present his talks on the challenges and future collaboration in peatland research in Jambi. So you have 15 minutes, Pak Asmadi. Okay, time is yours.
Ya. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much. I would start to my presentations. It's okay, Pak Indra?
Not yet, Pak. Still ongoing, I think. Okay. Okay, great. Okay, go ahead, Pak Asmadi.
Ya. Pak Indra? Okay.
Okay. Go ahead, but it's still, I think you have to choose the first slides and.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
It's
you okay.
English, yeah. Wait just a moment.
Okay. Don't worry, Pak Asmadi, we still wait. We are waiting.
Ya.
Punya slide-nya enggak ya?
It's okay, fine. Halo?
Halo, Pak.
Okay.
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 I think you should choose from your first slide. It is
F5.
Yeah, F5 ya. F5. Klik F5, Pak Asmadi.
It's okay here.
Yeah, but it's still parallel.
Wow.
Yeah. It's still what is you call it? Minimize. Slash sorter ya.
Kirimkan ke panitia filenya.
Maybe I show with the PDF, ya. Okay.
Okay.
Itu bisa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Go ahead, Pak.
Yeah. Is there a challenge for the future research? I think is the first times the first. I think we have to be a diversity. Yeah. Diversity just not for the plants. I think until the fossil pollen and the press pollen from the vegetation. So it's improve the methodology to know what's about the biodiversity in the forest, actually in the peatland, and how to manage water table, how to manage the plant, how to produce any kind of plant, and to protect from the fire. It's very important to doing research for the future. In Jambi, we have any kind of the peatland. It is different kind of the vegetations to form them. It's the inland like the Sarolangun. It's about the 7.5 meters depth of the peatland. And here, about near the coastal land, it's about the, sometime here we meet about the 13 and 25 meters depth here. And here about, it's a Sungai Bulu. For the picture we will visit. It's the still forest conditions. And it's good position there for our research on the hydrology and the vegetation and the pollen, fossil pollen or the press pollen here, and how to connect one area into the area connected for the birds and the others. We can do research here. It's the KHG, you know, KHG, the Peatland hydrological units. KHG Mendahara, Sungai Batanghari. It's very famous and very good for the research for the future in Jambi. It's different. For important to characterize the field is different from the Europe's peat from sphagnums, but in Jambi or prototypical peatlands from the trees, yeah, it's very different. It's the tropical, it's the boreal in the Europe. In Jambi, we see like this. We find about the 7.5 50 meter peat depth. In the inlet, in the Sarolangun, yeah. For the pollen analysis, for the future, it's more important, I think, because the any place have analyzed it for the biological to know how about the dynamic of the climates, climate related to the pollen. We can see how the vegetation last times and how dynamic of the climate that time. It we can find from here. And we see how the age and peat formation, it should be different. If we can about the aware to the people to know that very long we need times to make the some meter of peat. We have to concept that, we have to protect that, but no, but burns in 1 or 2, 3 times, maybe can lose about the 30 for 30, maybe 1 meter peat loss. It's very different. And for the vegetations and how the biodiversity last time and now, we can see from here about in the Jambi is the 700 centimeters depth and about the 8,030 years from present. We see what kind of the plant here. Surya and Calamos, Campasina and Picus. We can see how they make that. Pandanus start, but we can see what's different from the coastal, yeah, coastal and the inland peatland. It's very different. We can see here in this one, mangrove in the coastal. We see if we can find the rhizophora. It's indicated that it's the last time is the coastal, yeah, last time, maybe about the 12 years ago. We see here is the rhizophora dominated start that here. It's mean in the coastal. We have doing research too for the future how to analyze and evaluations we have done by the BRG, yeah, rewetting, revegetation, and revitalization. What impacts on the situations on the peatland? Is there fire or increase the economics with the canal blocking, or that it impact of the people there? And we give some money to the people around the pit. It's increased? Not. It's impact or not? It's still fire or not? We need the research about that for the future. Some people from the Singapore are doing research about that too. I think for the ASEAN now, I think it's very important to evaluate what the methodology future to do the restoration. So it gives much impact. It's the impact in the field. 2015, very big fire. We do that vegetation 2018. Yeah, good. The trees grows good, but Jalutong or the others. But 2019, fire, refire again. So what we have to do, we have analyzed that. If the still water table bit very deep, it's extreme like this. If water table heights, the fire not speed, it's just a surface fire. If we see, or for the, if the protected peatland here, we see the water table not more than 80 centimeters. But the oil farm for a farmer, we see is the peat on the forest, it's on the oil farm, it's the acacia. We see the water table very low inside. We see here impact, burning. It's heaven, pit depths more than 3 meters, and the water table more than 1 meter. Very big fire. It's happened 2015. But 2019, we see fire very big here in the Lonrang, Lonrang peatland protection, but it's not long time happen. 8 Agustus 31, 35, and September 8 is finished, 18, all over. But it's fire. Fire happen is the surface fire happen here, not long, very long, and not burns the peat. In here, big fire, September 2019. In 2019 too, that water depth is very deep. It's about the 1 meter. What's happened here? After 10 days, happen fire, the peat start fire, but here the fungi start. But inside, beside that, it still happen fire inside. It means the water very deep. It's very dry. It's very important. We have to analyze how many centimeters we have to protect it related to the state of the composition of peat. We have to know it's so we know how to manage the peat or the well farm or the other land use for the future. And this one for the canal blocking is very important. I have seen and improved that. October 2019 we see like this. It's okay. No fire. 2017, okay. 2019, it's okay. No fire here. If we starting fire here, not big fire, because the level of water is high, and soil moisture is high, water content. So no fire. I see it's the many company do that. In the rules, in the regulation in Indonesia, every 500 hectare, we have to make one tower, yeah? Or for the fire tower monitoring, every 500 hectare. But many company didn't do that. It's the problem too. And with the NASA, is the Professor Marx, it's Pak Hendra Indra. We have aware about that. In Indonesia, Jambi, Kalimantan, and Riau, we analyze the gas, from pit fire. It's very, very poison gas. Like this, purans, it's very poison for us, yeah. In fact, in Jambi, we see here many we mix on the canal blocking, but not much impact if we do like this. We have to analyze like this. We do many. Needs a lot of money. We have to spend about it. I think it's not economic and not effective. But what we have to do, this one. Impact of 2019, the location around the Tahorang Kayu Hitam. But we have to make big canal blocking. We have to protect and make the water loud on inside. After that, no fire. It's okay. We have monitoring. It's March 2021. What we have to do inside, we make this big one. Canal blocking is big, very big, very large. So the water very high. We see here. In this area, very good and very effective rewetting dam. We see in the field, the water table just 23 centimeter. It's okay. On the September, but the technology we have done in Jambi start with the Banwal, with the Sesame, Sipalaka, and the others. It's very good. But what we have made that, we have to control with the Banwal one. It's very important to control because the many of the equipment we use sometimes make mistake. It's very important to control. We have to make the manual one. It's a very good use and management of the peatland in the Tangkit Baru village. We see not large of the canal and the water height. Monitor it with the subsidence pool and the water table monitoring. It's so that not much subsidence. This area used for the nanas plants start in 1970s yearly, yeah? Until now it's okay. No fire, no much subsidence, and still good productive production of the ananas. We see fine apple here is very good. We can try the next. And one for the Sungai Beras and Sinarwajo, the Tanjung Jabung Timur, we see they grow the Areca Kateku, Pinang, ya, and the Musa Parasidiaka, coffee is very good. No problem. We make the canal blocking like this. For the small ships, can visit them here. It's okay. But for the technology, for the monitoring, water level, rainfall, and others climate data, we have used the Sesame PPT before. It's given from Japan. It's very good, but sometimes maintenance needs money. We have to go there and very far inside in the forest, some as that we install in the oil farm or the other land use, but the maintenance is the problem. So it spent a lot of money too. But if we do that, not only one, we can make one the other area, but we can monitor it with manual deep well for the others. I think it efficiency, yeah. Then we install it a lot. Is one, I think, about the 120 million rupiah, expensive. For the monitoring fire, we use like this ASAP Digital in Jambi, the control with the police, provincial police. So we now we install the CCTV on the telecom tower. So the one control can with the control and the police now is up in the fire or the haze. They can give the instruction directly to the police in the and the team very close or the other. Where's the happen? What where the happen the fire or the smokes and haze or the other. If we compare to the Korea, I think it's very good, yeah. Fire system Korea in the South Korea, yeah. Fire monitoring is very good. 2017, I went there. I see they have a lot of the drone, and they have the helicopter for the other area to control, and they have the room to control all the area and direct instruction too. I think Korea is very good, yeah? South Korea. The most important we have to do for the future, soil water table monitoring related to soil moisture is very, very important. Maybe we can use the analyze data by the satellites, but don't forget monitor in the field. Because some data from satellite, very, I think they're very good for the extrapolation, but must control by the field monitoring by manual. Don't forget it. Don't to believe a lot of analysis by just satellite data. For land use is okay, but the for water monitoring, I see in the field many scientists do that. Many make mistake in the field. Then fire scene evaluation improvement to measure loss of the current matter while fire burning on different land cover. Fire scene evaluation is important to improve. Yeah, to improve, to measure loss of the organic matter. But maybe just Jambi, Riau, and Kalimantan Tengah, Central Kalimantan. But there is a place no. West Kalimantan, South Kalimantan, East Kalimantan, South Sumatra, and the other location. And to upscale the area monitoring with different land use. It's very important for the others to upscale, because Peatland Indonesia is very large, about 13-14 million hectare. It's very large. And fit fire for different land use and some water level and find kind of gas. The question to us. The gas, maybe some people dead around the when the fire on the Peatland area. For the future, we have to monitoring how many people dead when the fire close the Peatland. So we can see impact of gas. Cyanida, furan come out from the gas on the peat fire. It's very important, yeah. Cyanida, very, very poison, and furan. I think, thank you very much. Saya kira cukup demikian, Pak Indra. Thank you. Sorry, I'm not good situation now, yeah, because so tired, I think, yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Pak Asmadi. In Indonesia, we
sorry.
Api,
no good condition.
Fire.
Yeah. I'm in Bogor, Pak Indra. Pak Indra, I'm not in Bogor.
Oh, you are in Bogor?
Yeah. BPDSLP.
Oh, I see.
Science Committee.
Okay, it's nice presentation from Pak Asmadi. We learn more about the importance of the grabbing all of the piece together. So I know there is be a lot of questions, but we have a limited time. It is just for maybe 10 to 15 minutes for discussion. So from the chat room, I know there is some question from the audience to Bu Imas and Pak Asmadi. I'm sorry that Pak Ferdi has another meetings, so he should leave earlier. So this is from Dr. Wida to Prof. Imas. Okay, there's a 4 question. Bu Imas, for the system, do you require dedicated mobile apps or the apps available to Google Store? How are these managed and maintained in the term of usage? Who is the responsible on the maintenance and improvement of the system? And for the API, it is created, or do you pay a subscription fee to borne this cost? Okay, maybe I think it's better if you answer this first, Bu Imas. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Pak Erianto. Dr. Wida, for the first question, yes, the application is available in Google Play Store, Patroli Karhutla, but again, the user is only for the patrol team in Indonesia, Dr. Wida. You can download but cannot use it because need a username and password, yeah, Dr. Wida. This is very important issue, maintenance, yeah, Dr. Wida, maintenance and management of the data. Currently, the database and the system are managed and maintained by our team in IPB, but very soon we will deliver the application to the Ministry of Environment, including the hardware still in IPB, Dr. Wida. So we do maintenance every day and monitoring the use of the application. We have a target to move the server and also the application to the Ministry of Environment, hopefully in the next month, yeah, because the issue of the domain is still in discussion between related unit in Ministry of Environment. Now the domain of the application still using the IPB, Dr. Wida. So the address is scpppkarhutla.apps.ipb.ac.id. Very soon will be the domain of Ministry of Forestry. And then for the future maintenance and improvement, we already make the collaboration or what is MOU, memorandum of agreement with the director of Forest and Land Fire Control, Ministry of Environment, to manage together and to monitor together this application. So we have the collaboration between IPB and Ministry of Environment for monitoring and also improvement, maintenance, and so on, hardware and also the system. For the API, we use to API, Dr. Vida, Google Maps API, and then we use the Open Weather Map API. Currently, we use for free because our requests do not limit the hit of the defined by the Google, so still free until now. Because, for example, today, for a day, the patrol maybe about 100 activities, still below the limit of the Google, so still free. Google Map API and also the Open Weather API. But for the Google Play Store, I think we just pay from as the deposit only, but no need to pay monthly and so on for the API. Dr. Erin, can I answer the second question from Dr. Vida to Pak Ferdi? Because Pak Ferdi already meeting, yeah. So what is the question, yeah? So, for Pak Ferdi, iya. Pak Ferdi, okay. I think about the sinyal, ya, internet connection, ya. Yeah, internet connection, ya, Dr. Vida. So this is the idea, Dr. Vida. When the team will go for patrol activities, make sure that they already log into the system in their office, in the regional operation office, because most of the office has the good internet connection. So they need to log in first. After that, they can use the application in area with low signal of the internet, as well as no signal internet. When they're recording the data in the area without the internet, the data will save temporarily in their smartphone, Dr. Vida. So they will save in the smartphone, and then when they move to the area with the good signal connection or internet connection, the report in their smartphone will send automatically to our server. Currently, our server in IPB. So we already test this scenario in Sumatra and Kalimantan, and these features is working properly. So they can use the application in the low internet connection. That's all, Dr. Vida. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Prof. Imas. And there's another question. So this question should be to Pak Asmadi. So this is also from Bu Wida. So I think Bu Bu Imas will show you this kind of SIPP, the Fire Patrol Information System, directly to you during our meeting in the Jambi, Bu Imas. Okay. So Pak Asmadi, there is some question from Bu Wida and from Pak Ferace and from Pak Hamadi. So this is how is the Sisame BPPT node displacement decided? What is the coverage reliability for these two? For these two, how many kilometer radius can it represent? And from Ferace, regarding the water table management, why is it lower? Is it from drought more or people raining water out from the peatland more? And from Pak Ahmadi, during rainy season, is there no possibility of water overflow in the field, such that of ananas plantation due to the presence of canal blocking? And if it happens, how did you control it? Pak Ahmadi?
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Fresh energy to answer?
Yes. Directly answer. From Bu Wida Suhaili, the sesame BPPT from the Japan, we decided to put it's okay, and the peacetime is the problem too. So we have to control with the manual. We put the about the 25 manual measurement surrounds the sesame to control that. And we do many places too with the other system, with the Sipalaga. And directly to answer the second questions, how many kilometer radius can represent? It depends of the hydrological units. Yeah, it improved. It's very good to approachments with this system. For the hydrological peatland units, it's better we do to measure as the how much the coverage area reliability. Because we see in the field, it's just 1 kilometer or 2 kilometers. It's very different there. Let's the picture I show you. Forests, peatlands, and oil farm peatland too, and the acacia plant. It's the one area. Because the system hydrological unit is different, cause the difference of the water table. So we cannot decide it that the area is covered how many kilometers directly. We have to compare to what kinds of that. There is many of the canal insides. They have the blocking canal too. It's the important the parameter we use to do to find out the corporate reliability. But in a very but the same unit, it's okay. We can use one from fragile. Regarding the water table, why is lower? Lower is not for the evapotranspiration, because peats, we know the peats can hold the water very high until 3,000%. The most thing is dangerous in the peat is drainage. When the drainage, the water come out, is the problem. But the natural evapotranspiration or the other, not much impact. Usually I see in the field by the drainage. Example, protection area or the peatland Sungai Bulu, no drainage water, never. I see in the 2015, the water out of the area until 2 meters and 140 centimeters, but inside just 40 centimeters. It's okay. Can make the water still soil moisture as high in the surface. Yeah. And for Hamadi from UTB, during dry season, there is not possible water overflow. For the nanas or pineapple, it's okay, no problem. maybe 1 week, 2 weeks, water overflow, but not too high. Yeah, it's still okay, no problem. And the most important to control water when the dry season. We control water, how to keep the water high in the dry season. Yeah, and the pressure of blocking canal is okay, no problem. Yeah, we can see if we go to the field the next week. Yeah, and how to control it. They make many of the very pitch canal, very small canal. It's okay to control, but not large canal inside. But the oil farm system, they make very big canal, large canal. It's problem and deep into Acacia too. Yeah, I think this is the answer from me, Mr. Indra. Thank you very much.
So much, Basmadi, for your great answer. So I know there should be another question for the presenters, but the time is really limited us. So please allow me to conclude our session that we already hear from Bu Imas how is the effort, so much effort is already done to implement and personalize the SIPP Karhutla as the new forest land fires prevention performance system, and this should be support the productivity. But we already hear also all the difficulties and challenges to use this kind of information system in the field from Ferdi. Then we suggest that the improvement of this patrol information system should be done, and truly is really needed, such as to allow the system to work well in the limited signal, just like that. And from Pak Asmadi, we learn that the hydrogen management, such like from canal blocking and also the strengthening the groundwater level analysis, should be done wisely and precisely to prevent the pit fire occurrences in the future. And it also raises the challenge to combine the satellite monitoring with the ground analysis, especially for the hydrology monitoring to prevent these pit fires. I think that's all. Our great appreciation goes to all of the great speakers here for their sharing, for their discussion, and also for the great opportunity to meet with you all. Thank you for this great discussion, and I close this session by saying Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, back to our lovely moderator, lovely MC. Yeah, MC. What is MC? Ceremony. Okay.
My voice clear?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our last session of today will be sharing session 4 on Internet of Things. Moderator of this session will be Dr. Hari Adrianto. Before we start, I would like to read Dr. Hari's CV. Dr. Hari Agung Adrianto is a lecturer at Computer Science Department, IPB University. Dr. Hari had his bachelor degree in computer science at IPB University His master's degree is also in computer science at IPB University. His PhD was at the School of Earth and Environment, University of Leeds, UK. Dr. Hari has conducted various researches with many collaborators. Dr. Hari, please, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Is my voice clearly sounded? Okay, thank you for your participants until late of this day. In this last session, we have 3 speakers, Dr. Agi from BMKG, National Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, and then Mr. Sigit Pramono from ITT Telkom Technology Institute, and Dr. Alberto Suleiman from BRIN, National Agency for Research and Innovation. For the first presenter, please welcome Dr. Agi Wandala Putra. Okay, he is head of Weather Early Warning Division. He is the expert on Global Multi-Hazard Alert System, GMAS, in World Meteorology Organization. He finished undergraduate study from Meteorology, Academy of Meteorology and Geophysics Indonesia, and then continue Master on Mathematics from Indonesia Open University, and then get further education from Mathematics and Computer Science, Chulalongkorn University, Thailand, and Environmental Science University of Indonesia. His latest research including investigation of decision threshold for impact-based warning in Southeast Asia, and also impact-based forecasting in Southeast Asia, and C-band radar data for high resolution simulation of precipitation. Okay, Mr. Agi, first session is for you, 15 minutes from now. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Hari. My voice is clear enough, Pak Hari?
Yes,
okay.
Sound and clear.
Thank you. So I would like to share my presentations. I do hope also it's clearly presented. Yeah. So, okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for having me into this sessions, and also special thanks for Dr. Hari to be introduce myself. And yes, I'm Agi. I'm working for BMKG, or Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and also Geophysics, and specialize on the weather early warning on the Deputy of the Meteorology. So that's why I would like to present my slide about the forest fire early warning system in Indonesia, or we call Spartan. And it represented with the acronym that came from Bahasa Indonesia. It's Sistem Peringatan Dini Kebakaran Hutan dan Lahan, means forest fire early warning system. So I would like to give some short presentations, and maybe later on I will like also give you really short demo to make it more clearly how we can really use the data that available into the Spartan platform, not just only for FDRS system only, but also the additional data that can be useful for forest fire interventions and also the mitigations. So again, I would like to introduce you that so many people discussed earlier with about forest fire warnings. Of course, we cannot leave the topic about fire danger ratings, because this is the system that developed. It's been a while. It's been more than 20 or 30 years. And of course, the day by day, years by years is developed very well from the approach of the quantitative with the using of weather data from the beginning, and now people or many countries also start to approach with the anthropologic data. So that's mean we can also make the interactions between the socio impact and also the human interactions into the system. So of course, on the basic terminology that we can understand about the wildland fire dangers is, of course, is using for measurement of the fire potential, when it starts, and how it's going to be spread, and also how it was the possibility of the damage. Of course, we will use some or so many tools to detect this kind of situations, and we can classify this kind of hazard will be something that really important to be taken care into in the case of the disaster risk reductions. We can see also some detections with the several thresholds to be the potential of the forest and also land fires, and we can use all these informations to be as early as we can to support the decision support tools. So we can understand that on the meteorological approach, we can have the linkage between the seasonal, which is containing 1 until 6 months in the future, and also we can consider the approach of the monthly basis, and of course we can also have a look on the detail with the 10 days and also the daily basis. So by the way, the forest fire warnings means become guidance for the one who come into the field or someone who can make the decisions. So in terms of the preventions and also the interventions can be really implemented well. So thanks to colleagues from many sectors that also available today for your hard work to prevent and also to intervene the forest fire from all sectors that already established, especially in Indonesia, and also in another country, I believe. So if we have a look on the basic of the background on the what is actually BMKG do, of course we not, for instance, directly into the early warning aspect. Of course, we need to discuss about the main resources where is actually data came from. So we will talk about the observations network or observation system, which is containing so many equipment from the ground basis observations like the automatic weather stations. We also have the weather radar, and also, of course, we can use the remote sensing like satellite and many data that we compiling and also make on those information system with the meteorological information system that right now we also prepare the supercomputer to proceed the numerical weather predictions. So then we can deliver with some kind of a process for or before we deliver to the public. So that's why the main concept of the operations of the meteorological agencies need to be clearly understood. So observation system, information, and also the early warning itself. I would like also to brief you about the main concept that brings by WMO or World Meteorological Organizations, that to make the improvement or realizations of the multi-hazard early warning systems and also related with the forest fire itself, we need to understand what kind of hazard informations that we have in our agency. And then we also need going further to discuss about multi-risk analysis. And then with those two capacity, we can start to deliver what we call as the warning. So this kind of skill need to be really defined on each level of the forest fire preventions. Like us, when we talk about the hazard informations, we have a look on the data, on the observations, the capacity of the analysis and monitoring, and we will also discuss about the capacity of forecasting, and do not also forget about the mapping skill. But the other days, we also need to be considered, because right now, the issue of the exposure and also the vulnerability also increases. And then we need also consider that the situations make the impact will be worse and worse. So that's why the risk analysis need to be getting more priority to be assessed. So then we can deliver the probability and also the possible impact of the warnings to be disseminated on the correct stakeholder. So thanks to the many users that also work together with us, we can really split which one that will be fast response, for example, for the forest fire interventions. And maybe the other part is also we can consider the data from the Spartan also can be used for planning, for planning and more strategic issue. Why? Because the BMKG early warning system is provided with the several level. We will talk about the long range forecast, which is we can use it as early as we can in the 1 year approach, or maybe in the 6 months. And then we also start to take the extended range forecast. We can start to discuss 15 days into 60 days. And then we talk about the medium range forecast, and even we can deliver the nowcasting. This nowcasting technology is really useful also for direct implementations on the field, because we need to observe what is actually the real situations in what we occur on the field. So that's why this box and also the row is presented that these communications or the connections between the agency who deliver the early warnings need to be clearly defined. Like I said before, the hazard assessment, hazard detections, and we can use the process of the data collections and all the observations that we have on the system. And we start also deliver the warning and to also disseminate the information so people can get more better reactions and also a better response. Why this is so important? If we see again on the forecast range and skill, of course the lead time of its typical forecast need to be understood. So that's why with the Spartan platform, we try on the beginning, we start with the nowcasting into the level of the medium forecast, but in the future, we also invite you to join on the how we can detect as early as we can. So the best prevention and intervention should be held with the most successfully. With this main reasons that BMKG has the mandatory for delivering the forest and land fire potential in Indonesia. So we start to improve years by years. And then especially beginning of 2020, since we received the new mandate from the presidents, so we can increase the services, including the collaborations with the other stakeholder. If we have a look on the step by step from 1999 into nowadays 2022, so actually the process of the Spartan, or you can call FDRS, Fire Danger Rating System, that at that time together from the BMKG, BPPT, and the other agency working together to make this consortium successfully. And we're glad that we can continue the development since the previous versions. We can improve into the new standard with the Spartan. So what is actually behind the fire danger rating system? Of course, we can have a look on the main standard warnings that develop in Canada. You can also have a look on those reference. But anyway, we use the data from temperature, relative humidity, wind, also rainfall, and we use many data that can from the output of the numerical weather predictions. So we can use really specific and become more efficient. So this is the previous one. We use the terminology of the FDRS on the 2004 and 2019, which is we use the data from the weather modeling from WRF, but nowadays we also improve the skill by using the other data with the CMWF, with the other data. Right now we're still working on it. But the data of the observations and predictions we deliver with some informations before it's just index. But right now it's improved with the good data. So we deliver with new approach. It's called spartan.bmkg.go.id. So I invite you to try right now to access if you already know about this information, because now we still campaigns to getting more engagement from the people. But inside the system, you not just only can find about the FDRS only, But of course, you can also have a look hotspot, geo-hotspot, smoke detections, and also we also provide some data like weather radar, satellite, visibility, precipitations, informations, and of course related with the smoke if it's available. But if you interest with the FDRS itself, of course we develop from the main data that already provided from the observations and also the model. So we use the 6 index for fire weather index, but containing with the initial spread index and build-up index. And of course, we cannot forget fan fill measure code, DAF measure code, and also drought code. So to be more specific later, I will give you some short demo to show you later on. But anyway, this data is already widely used for some necessary activity, like the national coordinations together with another ministry, and the information for the patrol and also weather modifications, because you can access not just only the fire danger rating system data, but also you have a look on the radar data and the other data for the water bombing and firefighting. But the other sides, the main platform of Spartan is open to invite all sector that really interested to join. Like we're glad that recently we have a joint collaborations with the Peatland and Mangrove Restoration Agency of Indonesia, or it's called BRGMs. And the data of the FDRS Peatland is already integrated into the Spartan system. So this is the idea. We can invite all the development on the R&D, and then we can use widely to the people. And the other side, we also right now working together with the University of Indonesia, PPGTUI. Right now we develop what we call integrated fire hazard model. It's really good, and soon we will have all the integrations. This is the previously already defined to be more physical and also social variable to be involved with. So inside we have the human activities, topographic wetness, and the other data that quite necessary related with the social economic impact, like populations, poverty, and the other resources. So if I think I still have 2 more minutes. I think it's good to me to also show with all of you. So anyway, for the one who for the first time to see the Spartan, so this is the main dashboard. Of course, you can play with the data related with the FDRS, like FFMC, drought code, and the other data that you necessarily needed. So you can also see the result for the forecast, and also some informations that really needed to be investigated to each data. You can see like the forecast also, you can have a look at all the details. But I need to mention that you can also, for the weather, for the prevention, we provide the radar data, radar information. So if you ask some aircraft to make the weather modifications or water bombing, so you can also need to consider the real weather in the area that you try to approach. And also related the other data like hotspot itself, thanks to a college from KLHK and also BRIN provided the data. We can also use the other data like hotspot, but maybe this is some product that quite interesting. We can also see the area with the day without rainfall. So this is the approach to be getting more detail, yeah, when we have a look how dry some area and how we can decide to make the best interventions. And if we also, the forecast, see the data that integrated with us, like the FDRS Peatland is already integrated also. So we can use for the services in provincial level or kabupaten level. And we also developed some smoke spread detections here, but glad is not available today, I think. But in the future, if you found some area with the smoke, we can detect. So anyway, this short demo just to mention that this platform is quite open for all of you who interest on the R&D, and perhaps in the future, you also can develop some new threshold, some calibration, and also some improvement with the new data if needed. So I think it's already 15 minutes. Thank you very much for get into the attentions of my short presentations. So I give it over to Pak Hari. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Agi. We are happy that you and teams from National Agency for Meteorology, Climatology, and Geophysics, who has a mandate to manage observation data in Indonesia, already developed a very sophisticated system. The system can calculate several natural parameters such as wind, relative humidity, rainfall, temperature, and then calculate several index. And those index can be used to suggest many fire level, danger, and also collaborate with University of Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken, including several human activities and social economics into integrated fire hazard system. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Agi. For audience who have question, can chat in the text box. And we call Mr. Sigit Pramono for the next speaker.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Sigit is Head of Division of Innovation and Intellectual Right Property from Telkom Technology Institute. He is the expert for IoT, especially for environmental management. Okay, time 15 minutes for your presentation, Mr. Sigit. Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the time. First of all, I would like to thanks to the respected committee for allowing me to share about the technology and innovation Internet of Things for environment management. It's my honor to be here. Before I start the presentation, let me introduce myself. My name is Sigit Pramono. I'm a lecturer and the head of the Innovation Center in Institut Teknologi Telkom Purwokerto, and also the founder of startup Agrotech, which focuses on the developing the Internet of Things in agriculture and environment. You can call me or send an email to this number or this email. Internet of Things is an interconnection of devices providing the ability to share information for enabling innovative application. As we can see in the slide, in general, there are 4 main components: IT device, local network, the internet, and back-end services. Furthermore, IT devices consist of a sensor or actuator, processing, and communication. As we know, IT device can be integrated with local network or spare to save Internet protocol or IP. Next, we talk about the IoT network. For the short range, we can illustrate it for IT device to gateway. With such a distance up to 300 meters, we can use a Zigbee, Bluetooth, and Wi-Fi communication. Mainly for the IoT network in long range, we can say that is for 50 kilometer long distance. For licensed spectrum, there are two choices, LTE-M and NB-IoT. And additional, for unlicensed spectrum, we can use LoRa and Sigfox communication. We already talk about the IoT architecture, the device and network. Then how about the IoT environment management itself? As we can see in the picture, there are several examples of IoT implementation for environment management, such as water quality monitoring, air quality monitoring, smart agriculture, and smart energy management. In water quality monitoring use case, groundwater level, peatland monitoring, canal water peatland monitoring, and in air water and weather monitoring, use case CO2 emission monitoring weather station. In agriculture, use case in smart irrigation system. Furthermore, we also found the other issue with the real-time monitoring in forest and peatland. The monitoring system using tower, several witnesses such as the officer has come to the tower and used a binocular for monitoring. There is no data record and detailed information. And three, the cost is high. The implementation of real-time monitoring for forest fire prevention has challenges like limited power source and internet network for connectivity to the server. Based on this issue, the Sihutla system is designed and developed, which brings me to this seminar. Sihutla Forest Fire Detection System is a forest and land fire monitoring system based on the Internet of Things that can be implemented to prevent forest and land fire by detecting potential fire hotspots early. Sihutla is an innovative result of the collaboration between Institut Teknologi Telkom Purwokerto and the Internet of Things Division of Telkom Indonesia. The function of sensor device is reading 9 environment data with solar panel as the power source. Data communication use the LoRa network because this network has a low power and include unlicensed band. Because this network has low power, long range up to 50 km and includes the unlicensed band. We can use one LoRa gateway to multiple devices and multiple project system. LoRa network server enable to connectivity management and monitoring end user devices, gateway, and application. Its main objective to ensure the security, scalability, and reliability of data routing across the network. As we can see, Sihutla has a full feature and integrated system. Wind direction sensor with wind speed sensor, rainfall sensor, multi-sensor. It consists of air temperature sensor, air humidity, air pressure, like intensity, CO2 gas, and smoke intensity. The system use a lithium battery as power supply and can be changed with a solar panel. Soil temperature for the soil temperature sensor for monitoring temperature change. And also it has a panic button for emergency. The sensor can be customized according to existing need or regulation. For example, aiding a groundwater level. We did the test with Gateway LoRa in Purwokerto City and North Sihutla in Baturaden Pine Forest. With node specification, with power TX 20 dBm, antenna 3.14 dBi can reach distance of 15 kilometers. We can increase the coverage area by increasing gain the antenna in gateway or sensor node, and also optimize the spreading factor. Sihutla has three advantages compared to other product. For example, the monitoring has carried out remotely. The cost is low and it's a present 9 parameters in real time for analytical and predictable data. The IoT use case that we have worked on include the LoRaWAN base public monitoring system that can find out the condition, the street light in the real time and online the dashboard. The other project that we successfully developed is Smart Poultry. Smart Poultry is a monitoring system to close host a farm based on the Internet of Things. Uses like a sensor that have been integrated and can be monitored and real time in mobile application. We have run this use case since 2020 with PT Telkom for SEA company partner. Last but not least, I believe that all stakeholders have noble goals, such as fire prevention for sustainable peatland management. We must collaboration and complement each other to be more effective in environment conservation. As we know, Institut Telkom Purwokerto developed the sensor devices and real-time monitoring, while Telkom Indonesia provide LoRaWAN network and internet backbone. Sipongi, BRGM, SIP, Karhutla, Sipalaga, and other perform data analysis. Sihutla is ready to synergize with related parties by maximizing the Institut Telkom Purwokerto and Telkom Indonesia resource. That is all for the presentation. Thank you for attention. I give back the time to the moderator and good afternoon. Please, Mr. Dr. Hari.
For you from foreign country, Telkom is Indonesia's largest telecommunication provider, and Telkom University is its university. So Mr. Sigit and college very know well about telecommunication infrastructure here. And for the last presenter, allow me to introduce Dr. Albert Sulaiman. Yeah, Dr. Albert is head of research center for Climate and Atmosphere, BRIN, Badan Riset and Inovasi Nasional. His education obtained from Atmospheric Science ITB undergraduate, and then continue in Theoretical Physics University of Indonesia and also Theoretical Physics ITB Bandung. He received Satya Lencana Wirakarya according to development of carbon gas dispersion and smoke from Peatland forest. Okay, Mr. Albert, time is yours for the next 15 minutes. Thank you very much.
Oh lupa. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Tetap semangat. Ini yang terakhir. Okay, thank you very much. Today I will present about the challenge of IoT research and innovation. Of course, in this I will give you the special case in case study in Bengkalis Island. Next please. Next, please. Okay. First, I will talk to you about our organization. We are very big organization, and we compose many we call organisasi riset. Maybe in university is similar to faculty. Yeah, the first is organisasi riset kebumian and maritim, and also there is organisasi riset hayati in lingkungan and so on. And now I work in organisasi riset kebumian and maritim. Next. The organisasi riset kebumian and maritim also they have many research center, maybe similar to Department of in university. There is a Geospatial Research Center, kebencanaan geologi, climate and atmosphere, and so on. There is many research center related to the earth and maritime. Next, please. And now, and here, this is the research center for climate and atmosphere. This is collection unity from previous research center in Lapan, BPWT, LIPI, and also in BRG, KKPS, many R&D from ministry now join to our research center, especially related to climate and atmosphere. We have this year we have 9 research group. Maybe in next year we have more research group, because many researchers from ministry join with us in this year. Now we have, I think, more 100 researcher. Saya sibuk banget nih. The first is no. The first is kembali lagi. Nah, we are very broad. Climate is general. Palu gada. Everything is climate. Iklim buah teman-teman. Yeah, we also study about climate from the past. The name is paleoclimate until the prediction. We have broad range of study in climate. Okay, next. Okay, nah, this is called Indonesian Maritime Continent. But I don't know, we lucky or bad, but in principle, our sea and maritime is very warm, or very hot. It means that we have many water vapor goes to the air or evapotranspiration and makes many rainfall in Indonesia. So that we need to observe in situ measurement to understand our dynamic of the sea and air and climate and atmosphere in Indonesia. To observe, to study that, we need to install many instruments. For example, radar. We have on radar developed by our engineer, the name Santanu Radar, and we plan to deploy many marine buoy, and this buoy should be composed many sensor, atmospheric sensor and oceanic sensor, including pressure. And in the past, the buoy only observes tsunami, but now we plan to deploy buoy not only tsunami, but also for our climate system. And also we plan to deploy many automatic weather station. So all the instrument need EOT. BRIN collaborate with Telkom to deploy, to install, to develop the EOT system, so that in the next, the data can be everybody, I mean everybody is university or scientists in Indonesia can get the data free. Okay, next. Okay, okay. This is the peatland. Now we go to the peatland. The peatland is, everybody knows, is fragile ecosystem, and the peatland is also very important to the dynamic of equatorial climate, and also groundwater level of peatland can be used as precursor of the event of Super El Nino. This is my paper that submit in scientific report. Go next. Okay, to understand about the climate system, we need to develop the monitoring, especially integrated peatland monitoring system. We use many resources, for example, from satellite, in situ measurement, radar, and something. Next. Okay, and the first important is to understand about the peat is the water balance in peatlands. From the water balance, we can see that the main source of the water in peatland is come from rainfall, and we also study in field. That is the red one is Pak Ismadi. In work in the field, me, because Pak Ismadi senior than me, I should work hard. He just say, yeah, just yeah. I took the sample, Pak Parish. Ambil sampel situ, ambil. Okay, it's very nice. Work with him. Okay, next. This is why we why peatland is important to study, because the peatland influence in the water cycle. If we know, when we study about hydrological cycle, if there is no peatland, we only one cloud in the mountain, but in there is a peatland, there is many cloud in the mountain, in the atmosphere. So we can see the most of in the coastal area in Kalimantan, on Sumatra, there is many peat and there is many cloud. This is come from water come from peatland. So we try to develop analytical model to study how these phenomena, the mechanism of the phenomena. Okay, next. This is monitoring. Of course, monitoring. Now all monitoring based on EOT, and everybody do this IoT system. Next. Okay, this is we collaborate with Kyoto University, install expand radar to study not only for hydrological cycle. We try to use the expand radar to monitor the smoke haze. We still do not know yet, but it's still in progress, because the expand radar successfully to observe Wadus Gembel in Merapi. So I hope it can also observe the smoke haze in pit fire when observed in when pit fire occur. Next. This is EOT system that I've developed. You can see in the HTTP XPR web ID / Okay, next. Yeah, we also deploy the disdrometer, the instrument that can observe the size of rainfall. This disdrometer. Next, click the black one. This is the disdrometer instrument.
Satu set
pengkalis.
Disdrometer. Sini kita pakai 100
Oke, saya kira cukup ya. Next.
Solar panel.
Standar lah. Oke, next. Sebelumnya. Nah, ini this is the IoT web page-nya.
Kita bisa aksesnya pakai alamat URL.
Real time. We can get the data near real time. We can click and download the data in CSV format. Okay, next. Okay, nah, is the plan in 2023 until 2025? We collaborate with KLHK and JICA. We plan to install what is called EDICO variant. This is the instrument can measure the carbon dioxide or turbulent processes in the atmosphere. This is the standard instrument that measure greenhouse gases in the forest. So I hope it can be implementing in the next year. Also, we need to IoT system in this project. Next. Okay, we can open collaboration with you because we scientists, we need an engineer that know IoT from you, from all of you. We welcome to collaborate with you. Next. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, all presenters. And we already have several questions in the chat box. First, from Professor Imas for Dr. Egi. Maybe you can also mention in the chat box. How to calculate initial spread index, including the parameters including to calculate initial spread index, and how to make forecasting. It is univariate or multivariate model. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Agi, please time to respond to Prof. Imas' question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Imas. Thank you for your questions. I think let me allow to share short explanations about it. So if you're asking about the initial spread index, it came from the two different approaches. So we need to understand the fuel measure codes or the fine fuel measure code that generated from the wind speed, relative humidity, and also the temperature itself, but it's also containing the rainfall informations. So anyway, to trigger the fire behavior index, we need to also consider directly the FFMC and also the wind speed. To get more detail about it, maybe I have some note around here. So this initial spread index is show the level of how easy the spreading fire in the event of the forest fire. So we can have a look on this kind of behavior. Of course, we consider the scoring of the FFMC and also the wind speed itself. And we can understand that it's going to be exponentially increased, yeah, when the wind speed also raise up. And you also can have a look that this data is very well illustrated that the spread of the forest fire into the grasslands where the spread is going to be rapid, due to the wind situation. So to be honest, this kind of information is to be really related with the situations of the wind speed in the certain situations. Related with the model prediction itself, Dr. Imas, that we need to consider that there were two different aspects. So the first one is, of course, we need to consider the skill of what we call as the numerical weather predictions, because all four component is generated from the NWP data or numerical weather predictions data. Glad in BMKG, besides we develop our own model with the WRF, we also use some global data that came from the GFS, from NOAA, United States, and then we use also the ECMWF from the European Center, and many data that we adopt and we try to assimilate it to be really present the situations of the weather conditions in Indonesia. But the other side, we also reuse the data from the NWP to be the input value for the FDRS itself. So it's going to be really important. We need to divide. The first one is the skill of the weather forecast itself. And then the second one is how we can deliver the forest fire rating system with more accurate. So that's why we open to develop not just only fire behavior that came from the Canadian Forest or Fire Weather Index, but right now we also start to using the data that together we develop with the University of Indonesia or maybe the other university to be also involved with some informations related the skill of the forest forecasting, the rating, forest fire danger rating itself. So I think we need to think with those both way. The first one is the skill for the data input from the weather perspective, but the second one is on the fire itself. So right now we use the fire weather index and also some data that came from training set from like the behavior of the social and also the other aspect like the peatland. So it's going to be really variative. So I think we can also propose the other model if we also can make it better performance in the future. I hope it's answering your questions. Thank you, Pak Hari.
Okay, sorry. Question to Pak Sigit about the SIP law. What the accuracy of the system in detecting smoke? Have you tested the SIP law in the rainforest and land fire area? Thank you.
Okay, thanks for Prof. Imas for your question about Sihutla, accuracy for Sihutla. My sensor use max 30105. It has a high sensitivity optical reflective solution for a detection or of white volatility or particle size. And Sihutla just implemented in Batu-Raden pine forest. And next, IT Telkom and PT Telkom plan to implement it in Jambi. Okay.
Mr. Sigit?
Yes. Enough.
Okay, so the SIP law measure the ambient situation, air quality. Measure the percentage of CO2.
Yes, CO2 gas and apa temperature air temperature and humidity air humidity, also air humidity.
But not detecting specifically if it's fire or not.
Oh, can repeat apa question?
Is the ship detecting whether it is fire or not, or just measure ambient water quality?
On ambient air quality.
Okay, thank you. Bukan fire atau tidak ya?
Fire, we use a smoke detector and temperature soil.
Okay. Maybe we elaborate it later. For the next question, please. Thank you, Mr. Sigit.
Okay.
From Mr. Waloyo Yugotomo, to you, Dr.
Okay.
Albert.
Thank you, Pak Waluyo. Nice to see you. Kapan main Vatikan lagi nih? Okay. Of course, if we talk about peatland, we should talk about peat hydrological unit, and there is we should use many satellite images, not only one source. For example, we should use GS map, Sentinel, and we should use the many images that measure many parameters and combine it. And water balance is simple. Input should be equal to be output. So, if we so I think it's very possible to calculate this water balance by using satellite image. Untuk detailnya kita ngopi lah. Thank you. Yeah, mahasiswa PhD.
The detail will be explained in coffee shop. The next question is from Professor Bambang. So you are from 3 agencies claim that they are the best early warning system or detection system, but the trend fires is still increasing in the next decade. So for each presenter, what is your role and expectation in that kind of situation? Thank you very much. Maybe from Dr. Aiki first.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Hari. Selamat sore, Pak Bambang. Salam hormat. Thank you for the questions. Of course, I think you more expert than us to discuss about this. But anyway, I also do agree with your statement that if we study the report from UNEP or even from the WMO, the trend of the hazard of the forest fire is going to be increasing with so many reasons: the climate change, the situations of the global, and also many aspects, and even the economic situations. But we can understand that one thing that is always increased is the situations of the vulnerability and also this exposure, because if we have a look at the population, it's always increasing, and if we talk about the impact on the economic and also even the forest situations, for the economical approach is going to be increased. So that's why we need to also consider the human aspect on these situations. But then I would like to recall the resolutions that came from the WMO, which is from the WMO 1150 with following additional document in the last years. It is mentions that for national meteorology agencies like BMKG in Indonesia, we can understand that we need to also improve the skill of the early warnings, but we need to also put additional aspect like the vulnerability and also the exposure. That's why it came from, or it's become the impact-based forecast. So that's why we cannot exclude the aspect beside the weather or the nature itself. We need to consider the human, the other cluster that also related. I believe you also do agree with these situations. But anyway, in terms of the roles of BMKG has in Indonesia, so we will strengthen our capacity on the early warnings and also the early detections, because now the paradigm is early warning and early detections, early actions. So we need to do these early actions to push the people also get involved, not just only the interference, but also on the how we can mitigate, or maybe we can reduce it. So this kind of topic is going to be widely, but I can say that a meteorological agency like us is going to go through this way. So I think that's my opinions in terms of the meteorological agency view. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aki. Mr. Sigit, what's your response?
Okay, thanks, Prof. Bambang. I hope that as a foreign party makes up for the expense and disadvantage of as other, then complement as other and collaborate. Collaborate and at synergizing.
Yeah, okay. I agree with you that we all have expertise, but we need to collaborate with other. Okay, Mr. Sigit and Dr. Albert.
Okay. I will say about, I will quote the George Spock statement that he said, and there is no correct model. There is only useful model. So I think there is no the best system in the world, but what is the useful system is we need it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for all speakers and audience. Time is 4 o'clock now. I think we can conclude our session by highlighting that Earth is very complex system that need many observation and also modeling, so we can sharp our own knowledge and at the same time collaborate to make useful system for humanity. Okay, now I will give time back to Mr. Faizal. Yes, sorry. Definitely I need coffee.
Thank you, Dr. Hari Adrianto and all speakers. This sharing session 4 marked the end of our webinar today. I would like to invite Prof. Lailan as country lead for her closing remarks and conclusion of today. Prof. Lailan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Prof. Ferda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate your patience until the end of the webinar. Before we close our webinar today, please allow me to highlight some important issues in today's 5 sessions. From the excellent speakers with very impressive presentations, we have learned that first, the Indonesian government strongly commits to sustainable peatland management, including restoration. Indonesia has restored the peat ecosystem of 3 0.7 million hectares, which covers areas in the industrial forest plantation, oil palm plantation, and community areas. This commitment is reflected by the information support development, such as the Simatag 0.4 meter and the Sipalaga for peatland condition monitoring. Good practices on peatland management in the field, as shown by Dr. Asmadi just now, the pineapple plantation, and other good practices have been also identified for lesson learned. Based on the FPMS 2006-2020 implementation review, there are various capacity and implementation levels of peatland management in the Southeast Asia region. Therefore, peer learning activities from one country to another are very important to enhance the capacity and strengthen collaboration. Peatlands need to be mainstream to other sectors. The issue of transboundary haze should be addressed in multidisciplinary approach involving technology and social innovation. The cost-efficient and accurate technology is essential to predict fires, especially in peatland, to minimize the negative impacts of forest and land fires. Research should provide the positive impact to the society. Therefore, the involvement of community and stakeholders is important to answer the real problem in the field. Fire management, including fire prevention and laws enforcement, has been important efforts to support sustainable peatland management. Technologies have been developed to support the fire management, including information system of Sipongi, Sipkarhutla, and Spartan. The IoT and LoRa are potential technology in environment management, including developing peatland fire risk prediction and peatland fire detection. The technology can reduce the difficulties and issues in limited power source and low network condition during the fire prevention operation. Finally, please accept our sincere thanks to all the speakers, moderators, sponsors, participants, MC, and the technical team for your great contribution to this fruitful webinar. I apologize for any inconvenience happened during this webinar. I hope all of us better understand fire prevention for sustainable peatland management. May our collaboration be strengthened to provide a solution for transboundary haze pollution to achieve haze-free ASEAN. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and good day. I get back to M.Sc. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Lailan. Before we end today's webinar, there will be another photo session to document the remaining of us. So there will be 3 slides. The first slide, say cheese. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. And the second slide, 1, 2, 3, say cheese. And the last slide, 1, 2, 3, and say cheese. Thank you. Thank you all. On behalf of the Peat Networked ASEAN Peat Swamp Forest Communities for Transboundary Haze Alert Social Innovation Workshop 2022 Committee, I would like to apologize once more for any inconvenience today. We are really looking forward to meeting all of you on our future webinars and workshops. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a great day, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Bye, Peracai. See you later, Peracai.
Manggala Agni adalah sumber daya manusia yang sangat diandalkan dalam pencegahan, pemadaman, penanganan pasca kebakaran, dukungan evakuasi, dan penyelamatan dalam kebakaran hutan dan lahan. Sebagai garda depan pengendalian kebakaran hutan dan lahan, anggota Manggala Agni dituntut punya keterampilan teknis dan jiwa korsa yang tinggi saat bertugas, kompak, tangguh, dan berani. Dalam upaya meningkatkan kapasitas anggota Manggala Agni, Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan bekerja sama dengan di International Tropical Timber Organization atau ITTO menyelenggarakan kegiatan bimbingan teknis Manggala Agni sebanyak 11 kali di Daups Manggala Agni di Provinsi Kalimantan Tengah, Kalimantan Selatan, Sumatera Selatan selama masing-masing 3 hari dan diikuti lebih dari 400 peserta. Dalam pelatihan, peserta mendapatkan pengetahuan sekaligus keterampilan tentang keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja dalam pelaksanaan pengendalian kebakaran hutan dan lahan. Pengetahuan ini sangat penting bagi Manggala Agni mengingat aktivitas pengendalian karhutla yang sangat berisiko tinggi. Dengan bimbingan instruktur, anggota Manggala Agni mempelajari teknik-teknik keselamatan kerja untuk meminimalisir potensi kecelakaan kerja saat bertugas.
Peserta itu harus dalam kondisi tenang apabila menemukan korban, dia tidak panik. Kemudian untuk peserta juga itu harus memahami kondisi di lapangan, tetap waspada.
Peserta juga mendapatkan pengetahuan dan keterampilan berkaitan dengan evakuasi satwa yang terdampak kebakaran hutan dan lahan. Anggota Manggala Agni dilatih teknik-teknik bagaimana melakukan evakuasi beragam satwa liar yang kerap dihadapi saat melakukan pemadaman.
Khusus untuk satwanya, teman-teman juga harus memperhatikan jenis satwanya apa-apa aja. Kendaraan, APD, alat pelindung diri itu nomor 1. Jadi jangan meremehkan, kita tidak tahu apa yang akan terjadi di lapangan.
Setelah mempelajari evakuasi satwa ini, kami lebih tahu dan bisa memahami cara mengevakuasi satwa tersebut. Terkait ketika kami pernah mengalami kecelakaan dan setelah mempelajari ini kami lebih tahu untuk mengatasi kecelakaan tersebut.
Materi praktik pengendalian kebakaran hutan dan lahan diberikan agar anggota Manggala Agni selalu prima dalam bekerja, siap bertugas setiap saat, kapanpun dan dimanapun, sesuai standar operasi di lapangan. Motivasi, solidaritas tim, dan produktivitas kerja terus dijaga dan dibangun dalam suasana kebersamaan. Dukungan sarana dan prasarana yang memadai akan semakin meningkatkan profesionalitas anggota Manggala Agni dalam bekerja. Pada proyek kerjasama Capacity Building on Forest and Land Fire Management in Indonesia, ITTO juga memberikan dukungan sarana dan prasarana, antara lain seragam kerja, peralatan pemadam kebakaran, GPS, dan kendaraan bermotor untuk mendukung anggota Manggala Agni dalam bertugas. Patroli Manggala Agni untuk pencegahan kebakaran hutan dan lahan dilakukan secara rutin dengan mengaplikasikan Smart Patrol berupa Sistem Informasi Patroli Pencegahan atau SIPP. Anggota Manggala Agni dapat mengoptimalkan tugas-tugas di lapangan. Di antaranya, mereka melakukan identifikasi dan pendataan lokasi rawan karhutla, mengecek tinggi muka air untuk memantau kelembapan lahan gambut, dan uji remas rasah atau identifikasi kerawanan karhutla harian. Dalam upaya pencegahan karhutla, anggota Manggala Agni melakukan sosialisasi dan anjang sana ke masyarakat agar tidak melakukan aktivitas yang bisa memicu kebakaran hutan dan lahan.
Sekarang kalau patroli menggunakan aplikasi Smart Patrol dan juga adanya bantuan kayak baju, kendaraan sangat menunjang lah pekerjaan kita di lapangan. Dan tentunya lebih mudah karena kita bisa tidak banyak membawa peralatan seperti alat tulis karena sudah lengkap di aplikasi Smart Patrol itu.
Melalui patroli, monitoring kondisi hutan dan lahan secara menyeluruh di tingkat tapak dilakukan secara terus-menerus. Berbagai upaya untuk meningkatkan kapasitas SDM dan sarana prasarana atau Satpras Manggala Agni ini terus dilakukan untuk semakin meningkatkan profesionalitas Manggala Agni dalam melaksanakan tugas pengendalian kebakaran hutan dan lahan. Dengan dukungan semua pihak, Manggala Agni selalu siap melaksanakan pengabdian dalam pengendalian kebakaran hutan dan lahan yang profesional dan handal.
Penyiapan lahan tanpa bakar (PLTB) merupakan solusi inovatif untuk pencegahan kebakaran hutan dan lahan. Dalam upaya mendukung pelaksanaan pengendalian kebakaran hutan dan lahan di Indonesia, Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup dan Kehutanan bekerja sama dengan The International Tropical Timber Organization (ITTO) menyelenggarakan pengembangan praktik penyiapan lahan tanpa bakar bagi masyarakat melalui pelatihan dan pembangunan demplot. Pengembangan praktik PLTB dilakukan di 8 lokasi rawan kebakaran hutan dan lahan yang tersebar di wilayah Sumatera Selatan, Kalimantan Tengah, dan Kalimantan Selatan. Pembangunan demplot PLTB dilakukan oleh anggota masyarakat peduli api dengan pendampingan dari anggota Manggala Agni, perangkat desa atau kecamatan, Babinsa, dan Babin Kamtipmas. Selama pelatihan, peserta memperoleh edukasi tentang pentingnya mencegah kebakaran hutan dan lahan, sekaligus mendapatkan alternatif metode penyiapan lahan tanpa bakar yang ramah lingkungan bagi masyarakat lokal.
Untuk PLTB yang kita terapkan di sini kan sebenarnya teknologi arang terpadu. Ada 3 produk, yaitu arang kompos, dan asap cair. Yang semua bahannya berasal dari lahan yang kita buka. Dari produk itu kita kembalikan lagi ke lahan, itu adalah semua produk-produk organik.
Di area demplot, peserta melakukan praktik membuat arang, kompos, dan asap cair. Peserta juga diajari bagaimana melakukan pengolahan lahan, penanaman, pemeliharaan, dan evaluasi hasil demplot.
Dengan adanya program PLTB ini, kami sangat terbantu lebih tahu teknis dan cara kerjanya di lapangan gitu.
Dengan antusias, peserta pelatihan di berbagai wilayah rawan karhutla mengikuti proses penyiapan lahan tanpa bakar. Di daerah Musi Banyu Asin, Sumatera Selatan misalnya, anggota masyarakat peduli api, MPA, dan Manggala Agni bekerja sama memanfaatkan lahan yang ada untuk bertanam.
Setelah kita kembangkan, ilmu dan praktek yang kita lakukan itu harus kita siapkan dan kita terapkan ke desa kita dan desa tetangga juga.
Proses praktik penyiapan lahan tanpa bakar diawali dengan pembukaan lahan tanpa membakar. Salah satunya dilakukan menggunakan parang atau mesin gergaji. Limbah yang berupa semak belukar, alang-alang, ranting, dan potongan kayu kemudian dikumpulkan. Dengan teknologi arang terpadu, limbah dari pembersihan lahan tersebut dapat diubah menjadi arang, kompos, dan asap cair yang dapat digunakan untuk media tanam, pemupukan, dan pengusir hama. Selanjutnya, lahan yang sudah disiapkan dibersihkan dari semak belukar. Salah satunya dengan cara manual menggunakan cangkul, parang, dan sebagainya. Setelah bersih, tanah diolah dengan membuat bedengan yang lebar dan panjang menyesuaikan kebutuhan tanaman dan kondisi lingkungan sekitar. Taburkan arang yang dicampur dengan pupuk kompos untuk memperbaiki struktur tanah, meningkatkan kesuburan tanah, serta menurunkan tingkat keasaman tanah pada lahan gambut. Dan kemudian lakukan pemasangan mulsa untuk mencegah tumbuhnya gulma. Setelah mulsa terpasang rapi, lakukan pengukuran jarak tanam dan pembuatan lubang tanam. Siapkan benih tanaman, kemudian lakukan penanaman benih dengan kedalaman secukupnya. Selanjutnya, lakukan penyiraman untuk menjaga kelembaban tanah. Untuk tujuan pemupukan dan menjaga serangan hama, lakukan pemeliharaan tanaman dengan cara penyemprotan asap cair yang ramah lingkungan secara berkala, minimal seminggu sekali. Setelah tanaman cukup umur, pemanenan pun bisa dilakukan.
Perlu proses juga, Boy. Misalnya kesulitan kita mengolah tanahnya, mencampur pupuknya, untuk perawatan memang harus telaten, harus ekstra. Karena kita kan nggak memakai kimia.
Jadi kita bermacam tanaman yang kita tanam supaya teman-teman yang ada atau masyarakat yang di desa Pilang dia akan tahu di mana kendala dan dampaknya pada saat kita pengolahan lahan karena masing-masing tanaman tersebut akan mempunyai hama yang berbeda.
Di daerah Kalimantan Tengah, MPA menjalankan praktik PLTB dengan penuh semangat karena merasakan langsung manfaatnya. Lahan yang semula tidak produktif dapat dibudidayakan secara ekonomi, sekaligus membuktikan bahwa praktik penyiapan lahan tanpa bakar dapat diimplementasikan dengan baik. Di daerah Banjarbaru, Kalimantan Selatan, praktik PLTB juga dikerjakan dengan kesungguhan. Dan setelah 6 kali pemanenan, hasilnya pun terbukti bisa meningkatkan penghasilan mereka.
Kita dulu itu pernah mengalami lahan namanya terbakar. Sekarang dengan masuknya keadaan PLTB, kita mulai bekerja
Dukungan pemerintah kecamatan dan desa juga sangat penting. Salah satunya di Kabupaten Tapin, Kecamatan Candilaras Selatan, membantu pembangunan akses jalan dan pondok di lokasi demplot PLTB. Meski demplot mereka terkena banjir, mereka tidak lantas patah semangat.
Untuk saat pembukaan kesulitannya apabila musim hujan. Tapi alhamdulillah kawan-kawan bisa bekerja sama untuk membuka lahan tersebut.
Secara umum saya sangat mengapresiasi dengan adanya program ini, pembukaan lahan tanpa bakar sangat mendukung pencegahan karhutla di wilayah kami.
Partisipasi dan dukungan banyak pihak menjadi kunci keberhasilan program tersebut. Pengembangan praktik penyiapan lahan tanpa bakar ini diharapkan akan terus mendorong peran masyarakat dalam pencegahan kebakaran hutan dan lahan.